Hey, welcome, friends. We are here with another fire. It's in Lake County. There are evacuations in progress, although I don't think too many people are downwind of the fire. It is over at 10th. Second, got set up the radio. Second. Okay, we got the.
Has the right shoulder swaps that 2-track dirt road. Yeah. Copy. I'm going to put retardant and copter work over there. I'll pull that down.
Yeah, there's retardant. There's retardant splash.
Only engine 1488 at the right shoulder. Good, sir. I'm putting a tanker drop and copters on that right shoulder. Just a heads up, make sure it's clear line. Affirmative. Thanks for the heads up.
Okay, I'm going to mute them for a second to explain where this fire is. This is the Boyles fire, and this is in Clear Lake, California, just on the edge of town, just east of the college. It's at 9th and Boyles Avenue into this vegetation area, which looks like a high-tension power line right away. So everybody east of here, Mateo Avenue, 10th Avenue, 9th Avenue, and Parker Avenue, Wilkinson Avenue, this is where the fire is heading. It is going to the east as the onshore winds are coming off the ocean and blowing inland. So if you just dropped in, welcome. And once again, I wish we met here for better circumstances. But once again, it's because there's an outbreak of fire. Okay. What do you have?
Tanker 132 with the ETA of 1817.
Ah, there's hi Bonnie. Hello. Hey James. Welcome. This has potential for 20 acres. I don't know how they reasoned with that.
15 acres, we've slowed progress down, not totally stopped, right? Left shoulder still active. Negative, we're the only resource over here, and I'd like to put some fire on the ground when it's advantageous, just letting you know.
I got me, just going to clean up a corner. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and make you Division Zulu, unless you got a different idea.
Yeah. I was going to say it's onshore who wins.
Affirmative, and we're not going to fire yet. I'm just looking to let you know, and I'll let you know if it works out for us later.
Haley, get around the front of me and get with this engine up here.
And friends, I'm not sure that we're on the right channel. This is called Northern California Major Incident. And it sounds like they're talking about this fire, but I have not verified that. So. Tankers are dropping, so I do believe they are talking about it.
From an existing road on the left shoulder here, and they're at a standstill at a fence. The fire's backing down toward the dozer line, so it's holding pretty well. Once they get through this fence, then I can proceed on. But right now, everything's looking good on this left flank.
Thank you, Division Alpha, and do you have any other resources with you? No.
Negative. I'll copy Division Alpha.
Let me get a map up here so I can show you.
Down to 8.
Yeah, that's talking about the Boyles. Excellent. This is the right channel.
So your location is at south on Boyles to 8.
We came up 17, did some rock crawling, cut a couple fences, and made our way to the left shoulder.
903, out of the dip, confirming clear.
90. A little late, but good tie-in, good line, load return. Okay. Break, 903, clear target.
It sounds like it's going well.
1 Charlie Hotel, air attack, air tactic.
They are slamming it with aircraft, and thank goodness the wind is pushing it to the east. The wind's coming from the ocean, and that's away from most of the habitation.
7021 location.
Let me get out.
Down, 1 minute out.
Copy, we'll be moving out.
where we
So
started?
the fire's origin is approximately here, and the fire is moving this way. A totally awesome arrow that I'm drawing. So thank goodness this is away from the main town, away from the Cache Creek apartments, away from the college, away from the Walmart.
Tech 104, line's clear. Just have an open cap dozer here. Just put it inside.
I copy, we're inbound. Confirming you are in that same area.
This is looking due north.
Left wing. 7021.
You can
We're
see
about to advance down the dozer line to the head. How much water we got? You're currently full and hooked to a tender.
yeah, thank you guys for showing up. Hit the like button so this is a trending. So this is a trending video, so this will help other people find the critical fire info that they need.
821 Division Alpha.
This is looking from west to east across the lake. Pretty nasty one.
821 Division Alpha.
But we are lucky it started on the east edge of town and it's moving away from most of the inhabited parts of the town. Clear Lake gets pretty serious fires almost every year. And the community is always on edge.
Off Napa en route. ETA 15 minutes.
You know, we could look at watch duty. I have not heard of a reason for the point of origin. There are high tension power lines going through the area, but it seems like the
Battalion 1417. I've met up with Chief 700, now in Unified Command at the ICP. We've got resource tracking. The fire activity has slowed. We're a slow rate of spread at this point. We have one spot on the left flank. Aircraft are keeping it in check while we get all the dozer line and resources around it.
Battalion 1417 now in Unified Command 1807.
in that direction, although that's just from me eyeballing the cams. Looking at watch duty, there's no explanation for any cause or an exact point of origin, but I always flinch when I see high tension power lines, however.
Boyles, I see sailing out. Are you going to need Strike Team 9110 Charlie, or can I utilize them for station coverage?
Let's listen to them.
It's a private dozer. Gentleman down here said that it's like pure rock up where you're at. He's got kind of a road all the way around it down here.
But even if it did not begin with power lines,
And have the strike team leader check in, and we'll see what we got for updated acreage and containment.
okay, so they're keeping the strike teams around and having trouble making dozer lines due to hitting rocks. But it's always very dangerous if there's high tension lines and the fire's going to. Is the fire going to chew through the poles? Is it going to bring them down? Is that going to be another risk? I don't know if they've shut the power off yet or not, but that's always something that's really sketchy to work around for firefighting, and definitely for low-flying passes that these aircraft make. It just makes it a much more dangerous situation.
Here, 8 o'clock.
I think you guys should be clear, but thank you.
I was just about to host somebody over for dinner, so let me call them real quick and explain that we need to change our plans. One moment, please.
Clear Lake would like to transition the fire area out to the southeast. We're headed to Napa Valley.
Dozer 1447 Boyles, I see. Confirming you're on the left flank and 48's on the. So you're on the right flank, 48's on the left flank.
West of the highway outbound, that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem. West of the highway outbound over to Napa Valley. We're off of this.
Thanks, Bethany. Hi, Craig. 12 miles south.
closer to the dump. I started at 18th and Boyle there.
Med 3, what's your altitude outbound?
We'll be going to 4 grand.
Can you stay lower? I got a tanker coming in from Sonoma.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep it low until we got them in sight and cleared out.
All right, thanks.
Tanker 86, altimeter 29er, you're cleared at 2,500, air tax at 3,500. One copter at scene, 1,500 below, and I've got Med 3 outbound east of Highway 29. They'll be looking for you. Third one copter at scene, Tanker 86.
Okay, I have returned. Right? Yeah, dinner is off. Wildfire is more important. So thanks everybody for being here. I wanted to check out where the exact evacuation is at.
Right heel and kind of right flank is kind of coming alive a little bit. We'll put some resources on that from the air to help quell that with helitech here. And I've got more tankers inbound. We should be able to block this in for you.
Never.
This is 2022 imagery. You can see some sort of, well, junkyard status of this.
Tanker 132 is 12 miles to the east. Air attack is 6.
Zoom in here for a second and look up the Clear Lake.
132, altimeter 29er, you're cleared at 2,500. Air tax is 3,500. One copter at scene, 1,500 below. And you'll be number 2 behind 8, 6.
I've got 3 fresh guys here. Do you need more hose up there? Yeah, we need hose, and I need that line controlled. Whoever don't want to be on the head of this thing, control that line.
3,500. You'll be number 2 behind 8-6. One copter at scene, 1,500 below.
Tanker 132, number 2 behind Tanker 86, 2,500. 2 9er.
I love it when pilots say niner. Look at that drop right there, streaking.
Tanker 85, 2,500. Air tax 3,500. You're number 3 behind 86 and 132. One copter, 1,500 below.
Right. The rate of spread has moderated. They have slammed the area with some retardant. And
what I'm seeing is I don't see too many people on the right heel, and I can put retardant on that for you.
Yeah, so it's looking much better.
Next in resources, make that a priority. Right heel, copy.
Right where the copper's dropping.
We have lots of retardant on the south side of this thing.
Team 700, 1814.
Okay, I'm retweeting some things.
Hold the dip. Right heel. Just past the white pickup. Start, tie into or roll up to the last drop. As for 86, I'm going to do a tag and extend down the heel, and for clear maneuver, I'll be entering the downline. Clear maneuver. Come through for full load. For full load, Tanker 86.
Almost flat. It's a pretty decent safe area. We're good progress on the left lane. Copy. Okay. I think I see right off there.
contact 104, retard to drop, right heel.
I'll get up airplane radar in a second.
This is base. Tie those two hot spots together. We're 11 to the left.
Go over 7531 crew. I'm down about a quarter tank. There's the one standing with the water tank coming up here right now.
Okay, I have tweeted that I am live. Check my Twitter DM.
Good
Okay.
line, good time. Hold, hold. Sonoma. Alpha Tanker 86.
Firefighter 1. Okay, blow up to pressure 20.
Wildfire, thanks for your help. Good day.
Wow, Alien, thanks. Can I share this image that you took? That's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Urban, we got,
7011, Boyles IC.
there's at least one strike team. I think a second arrived and they're being detained.
203, clear to target.
Excellent. Okay, guys, check this out. Here's Alien, super reporter. Check this out right over his house. Wow. Cool. Dude. Nice job. That must be. That must be 903.
It will be on the east side of the fire.
Charlie Hotel, 2999, cleared in 1500 below.
Yeah, share your Twitter.
Meet with 14, engine 7021, end of 18. Affirmative. Oh, yeah, when they get to the end of 18, just make contact with 70. Copy.
Alright. Don't know how to use Twitter here.
1870.
Trying to make it so people could click on it. Yeah, that's excellent work, dude. Wow. You continue to amaze. Okay. All right. So that's the Chinook. That must be what. God, I can't remember numbers from one moment to the next. Then they said there's quote one helicopter. Yeah, that's quite a helicopter.
Stay right, hit that little
Yeah.
by you. You can clear line for a second.
I'm logging.
Put it well inside. It drifted probably about.
I'm logging into flight radar. And if I can get some more donations, I'll upgrade to a gold account. And then we'll be able to track these tankers much better. But right now...
Firefighters with hose packs coming up behind you. Left about 5 minutes ago.
Right now, exactly. Not in the budget. So we got that, Marshall.
Firefighter Isom, did you copy that traffic?
Got a Hercules. Tanker 132 is on the scene. They were just asking when the helicopter is dipping. I imagine it's the big lake over there, but that's just me. Could be over here by the Cache Creek Dam.
I see.
I don't.
I'd like to, if you concur, put 9091 on hold and you kayak.
There it is.
Thank you, sir.
Copy, thanks. The only action you've got out at the head, just smoking under some trees and the right heel. I think I see people around the right heel, although I did put return there for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind donations, Bonnie, Alan. Oh.
And how many copters do we still have en route to one up?
I've got 903 and one Charlie Hotel is coming just on scene at CH 47.
This is the landscape lay of the land. Here's the Chinook incoming. This will be a game changer. And I just spaced out trying to set this up. I vaguely recall them saying what other helicopters are en route. Hopefully several. Thank you so much, guys. You were great. Let's see how much the gold.
Major 27, volunteers, Station 10, medical for a white Chevy sedan on the side, blocking roadway, unknown injury, Kennedy Road, cross of Human Avenue, Napa County Fire, 1820.
Now where it says Tanker 132, that's the Hercules in the air, and these strings are like their flight path. Kind of see the, as if they were making a trail. Wish they had an actual airplane image, but that's what that is. So we can.
1474, 1820, Frank Division 1403, responding 1820.
I think the Hercules is circling lower to do a drop.
In Alpha, I see.
It's an interesting way.
Engine 1464 assigned to Division Alpha, and they're going to go hook up with engine 7021. Copy that, 1464.
If we're fast enough, we can go.
Got 132 to C-130. Like to release them and keep two F2s in orbit. You good with that?
Oh, they're going to release the Hercules. Okay.
Affirmative, source plan.
Okay, so I just looked it up. It's
903 out of it.
$35 a year.
Yeah, air attack back. 178, 1 Charlie Hotel. 2,800 gallons coming out thing, so we need to really clear that line when Charlie Hotel drops.
Oh, thanks, Sea Probe. You're awesome. Okay, what are we? We have $29, and we have with the $5 from John Stoker too. I think we just got it. We just.
Boyles, I see on V-Fire 22. Repeat.
We just met the goal. Excellent,
Boyles,
guys.
I see engine 1474. We're at scene requesting an assignment.
Thank you so much. All right, let's see if we can see some.
104, copy 903 on air ground. Did you guys see that spot? And do you guys have any targets or opportunity out there?
Elian, I'm trying to.
To Division Zulu. That's Fire Captain Aragon on engine 1488.
Elian, I'm trying to share your Twitter.
Division Zulu with Captain Aragon, and we're at the ICP. Is it past you? That's access?
Okay, here it is. Got it. I'll learn how to use this someday. There you go.
Boyles, air attack sailing.
Oh, thank you, Ellen. Now I can have coffee.
Just got basic time. Releasing Tanker 132 back to McClellan loaded. 1835. Yeah.
Oh wow, he didn't even get to make his drop.
Pump the pressure 20. That is 20.
Well, we're saying bye to the Hercules, but the helicopters are en route. That's a good sign. Yeah. Thank you very much for being here, Elian. And I don't know why you're not a mod. Would you like to be one?
Tanker 85, air attack. We're going to hold you in orbit here for a bit and see how the copters do for work and no fire release. 85.
Nice.
Boyles, air attack tanker 91 is 12 from the west.
I recognize many of these voices.
Go ahead and release you. ETA back to your time. Copy 1830 ETA, thank you.
Hi, Jennifer. This is located. That's Clear Lake, California. This is the approximate location, and just southeast of the town, southeast corner of the town. Thankfully, blowing away from the town, the onshore winds, which means the wind's coming. Winds. winds coming from the ocean and blowing on land to the land is pushing this east, and thank goodness the fire started on the eastern edge of town. So it's there's unfortunately some human habitations east of the fire, which they're desperately trying to help the situation. But it's looking really good. It had a really fast rate of spread when it began, less than an hour ago, and they've already pounced on it with aircraft, and they're already releasing some aircraft. So it's been a really good response and a really lucky place to have a fire start, if you can call it that. Okay, I'm turning on the radio.
The dozer eventually are going to come out at engine 1488 and then just tie with them.
I'm going to do a 1 hour time lapse. Well, Clear Lake, California is just north of San Francisco Bay a little bit, if anybody's not familiar with the area. But it looked bad. When I saw this time lapse, I said that's...
And 1469, Boyles IC on V for 22.
This is looking to the east. Sorry, no, excuse me. This is looking due north, so you can see the wind that's...
Engine 1469.
West wind's going to the east.
Left flank, right flank.
Sorry, okay, I have to mute them to talk. The west wind is blowing the fire to the east. Does that make sense? When you say west wind, that means the wind is coming out of the west. Eastbound. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nancy. Now I can get some food delivered.
Standby. Break Division Zulu. IC.
Go ahead.
I have one additional engine available for assignment, and do you think we need the strike team, or can we release them to cover? We have 5 additional engines available. This is an LRA.
You're right, Kaylee. Was covered, but I don't believe we need.
You and then 48 is picking up a little spot over there. If you want to just go indirect, but it's up to you.
No, we'll try to get her here.
Yes, it's going to the east. Oh, let me get to a map here.
48, Jack 104, we're going to.
Love that image. Okay, so you zoom in. If you're on Google Maps, you would be looking at Boyles Avenue. That's why it's called the Boyles Fire.
6 o'clock, Fire.
Okay, got you.
8th Avenue, approximately.
Work our way down there.
See, I have a spot.
This has been what's been burning so far.
Yeah, I got it.
This is approximate. Origin was somewhere around here, from what I could tell on the cams, but it's thankfully going away from the Cache Creek Apartments. So here would be a great place to cut it off, which they may be attempting to do. They put a lot of retardant splashes down to the south, protecting neighborhoods if the wind changes.
1464.
Saw a lot of drops here, so...
Break, 1448, and down with a drop. Go ahead.
We are looking due north here, so you can kind of see. Now, I hope you're oriented, and if you need any more help, then let me know. And Mr. 5 Minutes says they just turned around 2 tankers from Ukiah. Yeah, because I think they got. They're looking for more precise work with the helicopters. I think they're giving them some space. The Chinooks on the scene. I can't remember if they ordered several more. I think they want more. So the Hercules was released without a drop. That was a little sad.
Forward rate of spread continues to be slowed. Some minor spotting still occurring. Not ready to call it contained, but you can take Strike Team 9110 Charlie for station coverage. And I show the 8 engines on the initial dispatch now at scene. Still waiting on 1 dozer.
This is great. This is great.
Boyles, I see. What is the status of engine 6521 and engine 7531?
Just about got this thing wrapped here on this one.
Okay, sir.
5 minutes ago, update. Fire activity is moderated significantly. The rate of spread is slowed. Tanker 90, 91, and 132 are released.
On the road, you need to come down.
Other tankers, meaning the S2s, are in orbit while the copters work. And I can't see the copter on radar anymore. It may be flying too low. some dangerous stuff.
Engine 1479, Division Hotel.
Yes, Joe, they're doing an excellent job.
Hotel, I've got 1 Charlie Hotel inbound. The head's producing the most smoke. I'll try to help you with that.
I recognize many of these pilot voices year after year.
Air attack, aircraft.
Some of these were in Napa County in 2020 when I was covering the Calistoga, the winery fires.
Division Hotel, air attack, VFR 22.
Santa Rosa. Well, these pilots are something else. They're old pros. And we heard their voices again in the Caldor and the Dixie. I continue to be absolutely amazed.
7021.
Yeah, let's look at the Ridge Fire.
Up take a few lines.
Oh, I wish there was $60 billion to firefighters. Is that real, Radical Ralph? That's what we need.
100 feet up at 7021. And step on it, please.
Biggest threat to the country is fire right now. Yeah, hey, Big Dog, hello. I met Big Dog yesterday. That was very fun. We went out for a midnight pizza.
There definitely is people down there. I spotted them. That's why I'm just circling here. Do you know their contact, or is it just Division Hotel?
They said we're not ready to call it contained, but they're getting close.
1479 Division Hotel, VFR 22.
Go ahead for Division Hotel.
That's willing to drop on that fire at the head there for you. Just don't hurt anybody. You got people down there.
Copy, that's at the head. I'll get everyone off the line.
Advise on the tree, you can see when they're off.
Yeah, you know. The thing about the 2020 fires was there were more than 8,000 lightning strikes and 6,000 fires started by lightning in the month of August. They just needed more planes and more people. It's a race against time to put those out before
How you guys doing over there? You need any more drops?
before a red flag day.
Just about around this, I don't know where they're needing drops. It's looking pretty good. If the head's looking good, we're good over here.
But yeah, the whole fire's looking really good. Little no target cover to me. So just checking out you guys.
Copy. Just making that, or have 1 Charlie Hotel hitting stuff in the middle.
Alright, copy that. Yeah, it's pretty cold in the middle, and there's just a lot of people on the way. So, copy, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to be a mod alien? Was that a yes? Here. I have knighted you. User powers for good. I'll explain the basic rules later. It's just like no disruptions, no cursing, no drug references. It's gotta be family friendly.
51 sailing, a change of assignment, cover station 40, Clear Lake Oaks.
And facts only. People can speculate if there's reason to do so in a reasonable.
Hey, my mistake. I was trying to hail 7521, correction 3520.
If as long as there's a reasonable sort of reason for speculation, that works. But no random like I bet it's arson, or I think I know who did this, or I know where the fire's going, or I know that the fire will stop at such and such place. Like people can't make declarations when it's their opinion. So if something is your opinion, it has to be so, and it can't be anything that causes danger to the public. No conspiracy stuff, nothing that distresses anybody. You know, there is no free speech on YouTube, so people that whine about that probably need to be dismissed immediately. And no harassing fire victims or trolling, that kind of thing. Also, let's see, what was the last rule that I had? Yeah, I am talking to you, Alien, and just mods in general, like just going right over the rules. No cursing, really, that'll get me banned. The occasional slip-up's okay. But it's got to be a hang on.
I'm approximately 400 or 500 feet up.
Okay, sorry, that was a firefighter looking for a line. I thought it was something important for a second, but Yeah, thanks for being here. Timeouts usually, if somebody has to be banned, do a timestamp and write down their name and then private message me about it. And please check in with my email, which is here in. Just make it so that I can have your email and your contact info. And then I'll walk you through it later when one day, whenever I get a chance to walk mods through what their job is. Right now we're winging it. Yeah. Oh yeah, and my rule is no drawing naughty pictures, but I violate that all the time on accident. So, but
Hey, Herm, if we could keep just you overhead for just a bit to watch for spots, the rest I'll leave it to your discretion.
oh, saying the word ass just blocked you, Desiree. But that's okay. I don't mind that one.
Yeah, we're going to deactivate that little brown field by those two engines, and then we'll be short to rendezvous with you. I think if you guys are done, probably head that way.
Wow.
I copy that. We'll be moving that way.
It's sounding more and more better. But thank you everybody for the kind donations. I depend entirely upon them. Otherwise, I have to go work, and I can't do what I do to help people with the fires. And which my biggest thing is just sort of setting up a platform so other people do most of the help, actually. But it is very time consuming. Last year, 95 days of streaming in a row. And so I cannot, have a day job or anything like that. So all of your donations are extremely important and very, very appreciated. If you can't make a monetary donation, then you can help greatly by just sharing the stream so that people who need to know this information find out about its existence. And hitting the like button helps us trend so that we are something that is found as a video when people search. So time and time again, I meet people and they say, "Well, I didn't know you were streaming last year. I could have used your help." And we're fighting against the YouTube algorithm, so everything is appreciated. Text people the links to the stream of those who you think could use this info. And I'm grateful for anything, even little pats on the head saying I'm doing a good job. Praise for the moderators, that's also appreciated because I cannot do it without them. Every single one of you guys, even if you're not a moderator, helps. If you have some alert on your phone about a wildfire, come here and tell us what it is. If you have new evacuation info, we're aggregating all sorts of information to help the public. And don't assume that I already know it. I'm mostly just the mouthpiece here, trying to keep the show going with all the volumes and such going and the screen in the right place. I do not have time to be checking all the latest data. That is what you guys are helping me with, and I'm so grateful.
Location.
Now, let's look at the Ridge Fire, too.
Affirmative, copy their location, and I'll be in Lake County. 11:16, 18:38.
Working your donkey off, Alan. Oh, goodness. Yeah, the Canyon Fire, 75% contained. That's still going, in the one that we were live about the other day in Pleasanton. But thank goodness it's looking so much better. So the Ridge Fire, we want to keep an eye on too. That's by Shasta, you guys are saying? I have not been able to take a look at it. So, by Mount Shasta, the community. There's a bunch of towns named Shasta. There's Mount Shasta, the city, Shasta City, Mount Shasta, the mountain, and then a town called Shasta as well, which is extremely confusing. So it looks like it has a 40% containment. 12 acres under investigation. Heavy timber.
Shut down.
Awesome. What was that?
7531.
Huh.
Cleaning up a little corner along the road right there.
Great forward rate of spread.
Orbit, we're looking for targets for opportunity, and we'll watch that corner, make sure that's pops.
Copy, just one tanker at scene of myself. So we don't see anything.
Sure thing.
The radio is still on the Clear Lake fire.
Contact with 1464.
This is looking good.
Can you repeat? You were cut off.
Ridge fire near Mount Shasta, the town, is looking good.
1464 is taking host down the left lane. Copy.
40% contained. Now the helicopter pilots are looking for targets of opportunity, which means if they're granted of that request, that means they can just choose their targets themselves, save individual homes themselves or vehicles, whatever they see on the ground. And a couple of years ago in 2020, the Lone Ranger, the guy in the Bell Long Ranger helicopter, must have saved 260 homes by himself if he saved one. I was always looking for the Lone Ranger. I want to find out who he is and give him an interview. And the Catherine Award, that's for sure. So look at the difference.
Some containment, line, hose lay around the incident, and port rate of spread stopped.
Well, I've got an issue out here on the head. I know they're cleaning up the line. Once that dies down, I can definitely claim that forward progress is stopped. We're still holding in the air for that.
Nice.
Could you give me the acreage? I didn't catch that. Your estimate?
We're trying to map it, or I'll get 903 to map it currently. How's that sound?
We're somewhere around 7 or so, I think was the last guess.
I may guess 10, but you may be right.
Can you hear the pilots okay?
And we're bumping our way back to fine with you.
Okay,
Yeah,
do they need a hand or are they good?
Is that the Ferris?
LZ, we'll give it a quick map and then we'll go grab another bucket just in case.
Is the beach C-12 Huron the Ferris plane, the mapper plane? Cool.
Wildfire C, Stanley, go ahead.
Forward rate of spread has been stopped. We're still having some minor spotting. There's line completed around the majority of the incident, and we should be able to hold everything with resources at sea.
Nice. Forward progress has been stopped on the Boyles fire.
Cursory mapping puts it at 18.
Cursory mapping puts it at 18 acres. That's what he just said.
Division Hotel, engine 1484, radio check. B-Fire 22, how do you copy?
Please avoid the areas of Dam Road, and if you launch a drone, then you should face serious consequences. Please don't do that. Stay away from Dam Road at 18th Avenue and Boyles Avenue due to the fire. If you want to observe the fire, well, you've got cameras right here. All right, friends. It's looking good also at the Ridge fire up by Mount Shasta, that town, not the mountain. So we have forward progress stopped here, and if we look closely, we'll be able to see the little aircraft going. I think the Chinook is still in the air, but I don't see it on flight radar.
Engine 1474.
Let's take a look at situation. This will update about every 30 seconds, 1 minute, and we kind of have a live bird's eye view situation. This is looking due north.
7531, firefighter 7531.
Much better. This is looking great, guys. Thanks for being here. And yeah, you're very welcome, Robin. If anybody, Big Dog, I'll have to get back to you on the email.
7531, firefighter 7531, bump in back to get him off kit.
Okay. Oh, it's part of the area? Oh, darn. I really love the Chinook, but thanks for keeping track. Thanks, Will.
Go ahead for Intel 1-2.
Yeah, did you map this fire?
We're in the process, but as we clean it up, right now we've got just under 19.19.
Copy, thank you.
There's 18 point something acres as far as the Fearless plane has been mapping. So it's strange how they can predict so accurately the potential for the fire spread. They said 20 acres. That's about
03 off the top.
really on point. That's spooky.
Yeah, 903. What'd you come up with acreage?
Stand by 1.
Yes, high relief. This is another day where we've gotten extremely lucky. Another day of fires in the sort of Bay Area, and we got extremely lucky. So it's not red flag condition, just but it's still hot, dry, and windy. So goodness gracious. Thank you everybody for donating today. I will be upgrading to a gold membership now for Flight Radar 24. The strange thing is, what really I want out of Flight Radar is to be alerted when certain airplanes take off, such as I thought the global supertanker was supposed to be in the air again. That's the last piece of news that I heard. Does anybody know the 747 is coming back? Because that would be awesome. That thing did incredible work in 2020. We missed it in 2021. And then they said that the company went bankrupt, but then somebody bought it. Their website hasn't been updated in ages. But Wildfire today, the news source, saying that it was going to be back in service for 2020. Somebody said it was in the air, but I can't find a tail number to definitely track it. The last tail number that I had, according to Wikipedia, said it hadn't taken off for months. So, yeah, it's just excellent job, firefighters and CAL FIRE and everybody in the air. This coordination is stellar.
31, 70, 21.
Thank you all for being here and helping us get the information out to the public too.
Be advised, water tender's going for water. We're on our own for a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, KTLA says that Colson Aviation bought it. Right, but I haven't even seen a 2022 post from them. Does anybody know the skinny? I'm looking it up offline. The fleet of Colson Aviation. I wonder if Evergreen, the one that had it initially, did they? There you go.
Resource reconcile from earlier. Engine 6521 was replaced with engine 6561.
Oh my.
And yes, engine 7531 is at scene.
Boyles, I see show all other resources that were dispatched at scene. The strike team has been reassigned to station coverage. 1847.
There's another time lapse going back.
10 minutes back for 85. 7 minutes for 85.
Holy crap, Colson has a Mars, guys. I just looked up their website. They've got a Mars. One or two of them. Holy mackerel. They're like gigantic flying boats, almost like the Spruce Goose. I just want to show you this real quick. This is my favorite plane. The Mars.
Kelsey Cobb, East Zone 1.
Engine 1155, 1848.
Look. Ooh. Look.
Aerotech 903, set by the hold up, showing 20.5 acres.
They have a Mars.
I copy. Thanks. And 85 and 2 Charlie Golf will be departing. You have the fire.
That's a 2019.
903 copy.
Yeah, those are gigantic. Oops, I just closed something I shouldn't have. Reopened tab. Life goal, want to see one of those in the air. Okay, that's right.
That's actually 7531 from the other side.
How did he copy that? That was garbage. Okay. Oh, Will says it's no longer in use? No! No! That was... Oh. It ain't so. Yeah, it's like a Spruce Goose, but one that can actually fly. I have a funny Spruce Goose story. You guys won't believe it. I've told it on the air a couple of times, but it was pretty hilarious. You'll have to remind me. Hey, David Ledgewood. Yeah, are you in the Clear Lake area? But I mean, this is looking great. This forward progress has stopped, and this is the last 15-minute time lapse. We got a couple helicopters working the scene, targets of opportunity. The Cirrus mapping plane puts it at just over 18 acres, but this is wrapping up. That's great. Yeah, there's two different Mars. Are they both out of service? Is that what you're saying, Will? And how do you know much about? You follow the planes? I'm sorry, I can't keep track of everybody.
Boyles Air Taxi,
Ah.
85, returning loaded, Sonoma. 18 to 58 ETA. 2 Charlie Golf, release. 1857.
More crews are being released. Look, this.
Can you come and take care of these guys, move them out of our LZ, please?
Yeah, we're getting them out of there.
Thank you.
A very shiny aircraft right there.
Status of sinker 8-6.
I wonder if that was reflection from the laser mapper. It looked like a big. Now, a lot of people will sometimes say lasers, and
Got some picking up on the left shoulder. Just maybe take just a peek at that.
I was trying to explain. Sometimes children come in here, and sometimes just youth or anybody. Sometimes innocent questions are not like, it's not like spreading conspiracy theories. Like innocent questions such as, I see a plane with lasers. Did it start the fire? We have to just gently remind people that the laser mapping that they do at almost all fires now, especially at night, is just that. It's just mapping. It's like a 3D scanning of the terrain. And they also have infrared. First, LiDAR maps the terrain, and then the infrared maps where the heat source is, and that creates a three-dimensional map for firefighters, which is incredibly useful because fire behaves up and down hills in a different terrain in different ways. So when these planes fly over, and then the locals look up and they're like on the scene instantly, and all of a sudden there's lasers. There's been a community of concerned people that thought that the lasers were the type that could start a fire, and they're just like a laser pointer pen. Like they don't make any heat. You know, you can point a laser pointer at your hand; it's not going to do anything. The kind of lasers that, like, oh, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. The ones that can cut, take entire rooms. Like they're huge. Like they have such a huge power requirement that there's few aircraft in the sky today that could have that inside the belly of the airplane. It's just not something that's real. But when young people come in, we have to remember there's all people of all ages that come in. We can just gently remind them that's just mapping. It does not actually start any fires. Not even accidental. They're just, the lasers are not capable of that. It's not something you have to be concerned about. But they'll look like green and they'll look like red coming from the belly of airplanes, like little flashing lights. So it can be a scary experience from what I've been told when people like look up and take a picture of their cell phone. It looks like some military, but it's all kosher. All this technology is helping us fight fire. I'm going to put the radio back on, even though a bit of a lull in them talking. So let's look back and see what aircraft is there. Looks like the Beech C-12 Huron is the one that's doing the mapping, making wide loops around the area. When it first came over, it went straight over fires. So that thing, I think, is the mapper. I don't even see eye in the sky anymore. I think they're on their way back. Yeah, the S2 is on its way back. Looks like they're based out of an airport near Santa Rosa. Yeah, the Cessna 550 Citation 2, that was our eye in the sky. And I recognize his voice from several years. David says it's hot and dry and a good fire source, but no wind. Yeah. Well, there has been significant wind today, actually. There's an onshore breeze. Does anybody have the miles per hour on it? Looked at India. This is this is another good day that we had today where we got lucky. Lucky that the fire's origin was at the edge of town and the wind was blowing the fire away from it to the east. Not lucky for anybody who lost structures today or vehicles. I heard about any of those on the radio, but I can't pay attention to everything that's going on. But this could have been way worse today. If this had started on the lake shore and blown into the town, this could have been really bad. If it was a red flag day, it could have been extremely bad. So, once again, it's June, late June. I'm actually feeling like we've been extremely lucky. But
Engine 1468, Compton 903, just confirming you're out of the area on the left shoulder. We're going to come in for a drop.
Do tell, haha, John Sadel.
Compton 903, 1468, affirmative. We're going to clear the area right now. You're good to go.
Copy, yeah, we're just going to drop on the heavy, smoking by that big rock in there for you guys.
Yeah, I copy. I'm standing on this left shoulder right now. We'll clear the space for you.
Good thing.
They had more than an 8-engine response on the ground, several aircraft. Oh yeah, I really hope nobody's gotten hurt. So let's go back up. Will Breton says there's 2 Mars left. One in a navy blue paint scheme was supposed to go to the Navy Air Museum a few years ago, but the deal came apart. No, I don't believe it's either flown in 3 or 4 years. Where is it located, Will? See, things like that should not be rotting away. Aren't they wooden boats? Aren't they like wooden flying boats? No, NGB, this is California. Sorry. We're monitoring western state wildfires. Is there an echo? Am I echoing?
Hang on.
Whoa, what was that? Who is shouting, hang on? We're missing.
Getting a little flare up over here back where it was on the back, about 200 feet in.
Oh, there's a flare up. A 15-minute time lapse. We'll see this flare up at the end, I believe. That might have been ground crew or pilots trying to warn a ground crew. Maybe that's the flare up they're talking about right now. Yeah, that could have been an accidental viewing radio button, but it always makes me really alarmed because I always wonder if that's an aircraft in trouble. These things fly so low to the ground. Pilots talk about space cushions, and if something goes wrong, they need to have proper altitude to correct a situation.
902 has been released from the Boyles incident. Back available on Lake Red. 02, 1858.
They were aluminum? Okay, thanks, Smitty. Mars were aluminum. Thank you for the correction. So, aliens is a... Hey, alien, you got...
You can give me a call on my cell. Yeah, stand by.
Alien, can you give me a link to what you're looking at with the ADSB Exchange Flight Tracker? That would be awesome. Now let's see, looking back up. Yeah, is that what I was trying to explain is that altitude saves pilots. If you start dropping or have a problem, you need to be able to correct the problem and pull up. And if you're already low, oh, look at that drop, guys. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Water drop right there because it's not red. Red's retardant. That's a nice one. Which aircraft was that? It's got to be one of the helicopters that's not showing up on flight radar. Let me check my filters and make sure that, yeah, altitude 0 to 20,000 shown, but we're just not seeing the helicopters. Flight radar 24 can sometimes
1468, copy 903, when I come in for one more drop in that scenario.
lose contact with them because of their so low to the ground that radio
168, copy that.
signals won't come out. So if you just tuned in, forward progress is stopped, and they've had a flare up in the last couple of minutes. However, most aircraft have been peeled away. This is looking great over at Clear Lake. Ridge Fire over at Shasta County is looking really good too, with forward progress stopped. So we got really lucky today. Let's look at yeah, bear urine. God, I haven't seen Big Al in a long time. Big Al, the bartender, made the bear urine shot drink, and I think it's supposed to be served flaming. Some sort of a yellow whiskey. Oh my God, that was a riot. We have to laugh at some of these things. You don't know what we're talking about. Just Google the.
903, we're going to pick up our crew and be turning back to box. Alright, looks really good.
Just Google the Fawn Fire.
See you next time. 03.
Yeah, this is a hilly area with high tension power lines. It's extremely difficult. But what I was saying is that pilots, if you have something wrong with the aircraft, like one of the engines cut out, a flame out, any sort of an issue that makes you drop altitude, if you're already high up, then you can fix that situation. You have a couple of seconds to deal with it, and if you're already low to the ground, you have 1 second to deal with it. No time to deal with it. So this is some of the most deadly and dangerous flying in the world. Pretty incredible what they do. You sent the flight tracker link? You can put it in chat. You can put it right here in chat. You can make links now. And we're lucky to have you here too. You do a great job on the Twitter. Here's aliens. And now that you're a mod, you can also share your own Twitter and share my Twitter too, because I totally forget to do that a lot. Now you can track wildfires in two ways. If you just tuned in, you can hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. That'll hopefully tell you whenever I go live. Even if you hit the sub button and don't want to ever know when I go live, you could turn the bell off, and that would just help me being a quote trending channel, and people would find fire info. That's being a bro. But usually the ringing bell is what people have to press in order to get almost any alerts. The one in the middle, like some alerts, seems to not do. Now, if you ever hit the like button on the videos, that helps us become a trending video so that people desperately looking for the information find it. And that's also being a bro.
464, I copy Division Alpha. Side in.
Look at this discolored dust. Is this dust? Is this where they're making a dozer line, do you think, guys? Right down there? I forget, I have this pen. Is that dust line for them making a dozer? With the wind, dust would be picked up. Fire's white smoke fire at this point. And this is all live. But any time that there is a crisis in California, if I'm alive and breathing and near the internet, I will go live. I was live 95 days in a row, except for only 6-7 days off last year. It just about killed me, mostly pulling 16-hour days. But whenever I had to sleep, my mods were there to man the station, and we keep this going 24 hours a day when we have the big fire crisis. I'm hoping to come to California really soon. 4th of July parade in Chester, which I want everybody to consider visiting. Chester and Plymouth County were hit hard by the Dixie Fire, and if you can go there and spend any money at all, really help those communities recover. I mean, the Dixie Fire is California's largest wildfire ever started from a single ignition source, and was almost 1 million acres in size. It spanned 6 different counties. 5 it impacted greatly. So it's those communities were hit hard by COVID, and then the 2020 fires, and then the 2021 fires. And many still haven't really recovered from the 2018 Paradise Fire, like Butte County. So if you wanted to go to Chico, spend a little money there, go up to Chester,
722.
spend a little money there, you'd be a total hero. Lake Eleanor is awesome. 4th of July, they will have an amazing fireworks show that's safe because it's over the lake on 4th of July, and a parade that honors the first responders. You can go to Drake's Bad, Hot Springs, visit Lassen National Park and the volcano. You can go swimming at Lake Eleanor, horseback riding. There's all sorts of cool stuff to do. I'm going to try to make it for that parade, and I'm thinking of registering to be in it so that I can hold some sort of a banner that would represent you guys, all the mods and all the volunteers who helped us keep the public informed so much last year. I want you guys to get recognition. We're not ever mentioned on the news. We're not ever mentioned by CAL FIRE. But boy, we were important. We're the only resource. We were the only resource 24/7 with real firefighters in chat and knowledgeable people monitoring all social media the entirety of the Dixie Fire. So we did a good public service. Even though we're unsung heroes at the moment, I want you guys to be sung. I want you guys to be noticed. I want to shake hands and meet so many of the local heroes that I looked up to, like Pete Blunder and Daniel of Taylorsville. I'd love to meet the first responders and just show them some adoration from all of us. But I don't know if I can make it to the 4th of July parade. I really hope I can, but this is what I'm trying to work on up here. And I'm trying to get a laptop together so I could take this show on the road. My one laptop kind of burned a hole in itself overheating, and I'm trying to fix it. So any sort of donations for making the trip to California would be appreciated. I'm trying to make myself ready to interview and tell the survivor stories and make a documentary too on what happened.
Division out, correction comes from the heel, so you can take 88 out of the mix.
And that was driving direction. People, other firefighters rotating to the seat. Water. Hey Cheryl, hello, welcome guys. Did I see the PBS doc called The Campfire? No. That's such a personal impact to me that I actually did not want to watch that. Not quite yet. So I've been in Paradise a couple of times and spoken to some people there. But that's where I took horseback riding lessons. That's where my brother nearly lost his life and he lost his home. And I spent a lot of time there in childhood and some teen years. So it'll be emotional, but I'm sure I can watch that.
03, 19 acres. Commit time for most resources, 3 to 4 hours. The dozers will be available here shortly.
Okay. Oh, thanks, John. I wish we could have a float in the parade, but I found out about it just so recently that there's no time for anything like that. I mean, I've got a trailer hitch behind my car. If you guys want to make a float and get it to Chester and they'll register us, I mean, we'd have to decide that right now because I don't know when the registration expires.
68 F1, 68 F2, Division Alpha.
Wouldn't that be cool to just gather up as many people who are involved in the stream and just throw candy to the kids?
The fire 19 acres is within the MTC.
Boyles, I see 1908.
Okay, we have an updated 19-acre Boyles fire here. But I don't think I know enough people in the area. I would have a big sign that says, "Thank you, firefighters, first responders, volunteers, everybody, citizen heroes." I would love to hand out plastic fire hats to kids and candy, because that's the tradition of the Plumas County Chester Parade. It's been going on for my entire lifetime. So I want to say it's been like a 50 or 60 year event at least. I remember my mom talking about the World War I veterans that honored in the parades until the 80s. A bear urine float. Okay, behave yourselves now. The parade is on 4th of July in Chester, and it's dedicated to the first responders and the citizen.
1474 and B-Fire 22.
And the citizen volunteers. The citizen volunteers. Getting stepped on.
Did you have traffic?
Here.
Affirmative. Hey, I'm parked over here behind you. We're going to start working this area unless you have something else for us.
Negative.
Okay. Here it is. Link this. Yeah, that one's just a trouble spot, Urban. I wonder what's up with it. So, Chester was barely saved by the firefighters. Many of the other towns in Plymouth County were not. We lost Greenville, the second largest city in Plymouth County.
1910.
So Greenville burned to the ground.
903 is on base fog.
I'm going to mute that for a second. Greenville burned to the ground, so did Canyon Dam, most of Indian Falls, much of the north arm of Indian Valley, which is a bunch of smaller communities, some of which are Native Americans. That's why they call it Indian Valley. The Maidu have lived there traditionally. The almost lost Drake's Bad Resort, but thank goodness they saved most of the structures. But we did lose almost everything west of Chester, like on the southwest area, the Golden Bear corner. If anybody knows Golden Bear, the Epic Bakery, and later there was Silver Dollar Pizza. Now, as the Dixie Fire went on, I was telling people we're going to have a celebrating the end of the Dixie Fire event at Golden Bear Pizza and Golden Bear Corner / Silver Dollar Pizza, and then that place burned to the ground. The Dixie just grew to enormous size. So other places, they saved mineral, thank goodness. That's also skin of their teeth, but other communities northwest of Chester were absolutely hit hard. Excuse me, let me go back to the parade. So there will be a parade, and then most people take to their boats or rafts, and they go out onto the lake, or they hit the lake shore will be dotted by thousands and thousands of people in little chairs. And show you Lake Eleanor. And you get to sit back and watch, see how huge the lake is. I recommend going to Lake Eleanor West area. There's just a huge beach you can walk into here, Eleanor, Prattville, and there will be thousands and thousands of boats all chained together and everybody partying. And then they'll launch the, I think at the tip of the peninsula, the fireworks show, which is gigantic. It is world class. It is something you'll remark about the rest of your life. Like, that's typically the way the fireworks show goes. But we lost, gosh, is this satellite updated for Dixie Fire? It looks like it is. Looks like everything's kind of dead. Yeah, the enormity of the Dixie Fire went like this. If I zoom out, and it's hard to zoom out and get it all in there. The Dixie Fire started down here and went up the canyon, and it essentially went like this. And that is not even the entire thing. If that's your general area, this is absolutely enormous. Little individual towns and such were saved, but many were lost. So we had huge amounts of devastation in communities up here. Greenville was erased from the map, so was Canyon Dam. Seneca was erased from the map. Indian Falls erased from the map mostly, with a couple structures saved, but it just kept going. So just helping these communities is going to be so super important. Okay. Yeah, Greenville, I can't, people assume that and I want to apologize, whoever was the FEMA contractor who
1474 Zulu attack.
Last broadcast, Smitty brought it to my attention, said that the cleanup in Greenville was almost done and should be wrapped up in a couple of weeks. I didn't believe him because they're still cleaning up Paradise, and that happened in 2018. So I thought that was a joke and that it was a sarcastic comment, and I just laughed along with it. I'm so sorry. It turns out that most of the wreckage, as far as what Smitty was saying, may have actually been cleared out of Greenville, but you could see 95% of these buildings were lost that you see on your screen right now. That fire just rolled over Greenville, and we were monitoring it the night before it was lost. They had we watched live on the cams as they made a series of retardant drops like this. Fire was coming up from the south, and I thought they had saved it. They had made retardant lines, We saw this is a hill, going down into the valley. The fire was coming off the hill, but I went to sleep because I had been awake for days during that red flag event. And even in just 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the fire, though, got big enough to make its own weather. I woke up and the entire town was ashes. I just wept like a baby on stream. It's still there somewhere. I think it's August 9th. But I could not fathom it. I could not understand. So it was almost a mass fatality event, evacuating all the people because the town had been evacuated for more than a weeks, I believe, and they allowed people to return to it right before it was destroyed. That's a different story, a different controversy, but trying to escort people to safety, they abandoned the town, and so they had their fire trucks melt in the streets. They just grabbed citizens and hauled out of there, and so we lost an entire city, a very, very historic city. If you were to go there today, none of this exists. Nothing. And I haven't gotten the courage to look at the aftermath yet. I wanted to just go there without seeing, because this is where I grew up. I mean, I spent lots and lots of my childhood summers and winters up here at our cabin by the shore of Eleanor, and this was one of the best preserved ghost towns that revitalized as a tourist town from the gold rush. I mean, this was all straight up existing gold rush building. Just to lose them, most gold rush towns are ashes already, just because time killed them. To lose one in the 21st century, absolutely mind-blowing. But none of this survived. The only building that survived was a Dollar General. I still have yet to face that. I just want to go here and drive where I see it, and just to process that grief. That night I thinking really saved it, and it's still one of those things that'll never seem real. Like we're in the twilight zone. But out of the hills came a fire, and when I looked at the FLIR camp, flames were more than 300 feet tall. There was no way to save this town unless they had prepped it a lot better. A local hero of mine, Daniel, the volunteer firefighter of Taylorsville, people told me about him, and he expressed that Greenville was not safe. And I will always regret not forwarding that info channel. You look up here at the terrain, the way that it affected the town it was up here at this reservoir, the fire was, and they were trying to make lines like this because the Dixie Fire kept going to the north, and he said those lines aren't looking good. I don't think they're going to hold. I didn't know who he was yet. Taylorsville is right down here. And he was right. He was a local with the local knowledge and firefighting experience. CAL FIRE and the other people were more optimistic, looking at things such as computer mumbling. Computer said one thing, but local knowledge said another. But when the red flag winds picked up, it roared down this canyon, and it was looking down the barrel of a gun. That's what canyons are that come out of hills. So if you want to learn how to read terrain, canyons are always wind tunnels. So if your community is downwind and there is a canyon facing it, and fire is above you in a canyon, it can definitely race straight to your community or uphill. that's the way I phrase it now. I call these barrels of a gun, or cannon, whatever you want to say. The dragon's neck, however you want to put that. But the canyon nature made the Dixie extremely hard to fight. All these, it'll say on the weather that the wind speed is going to be such, but in the canyons it's always greater. They are the wind tunnels of the Sierras. These are the high altitude, rugged Sierra Nevada mountains. So the Dixie Fire was always going up the canyons and wind tunnels and back down them the next day, and up and down, and just erratic. It got so big to make its own weather, and then all bets were off. But this entire area, if we look at Cal Topo, I can actually show you the Dixie Fire footprint. Why don't I think about that? The actual true border of it. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat for a little bit. Looking back, there's another resource that Cheryl was showing. One second. I want to raise money too. If I could get some more donations, I want to get the $100 a year subscription at Cal Topo, and that will really help it out. We can we can have fire mapping plus airplanes imported, so we have airplanes on the same map, and that would be amazing. We got a fire history. There it is. Kind of overlaps with some others, but the Dixie was bloody enormous. It goes up to Old Station. We almost lost Old Station. That's more than 50 miles away as a crow flies. Yeah, that's Old Station right there. Firefighters did a heck of a job saving it. Old Station's a tiny little town that's just like one of the last places to get gas in the middle of nowhere. But this is the true border of the Dixie Fire. Absolutely enormous. I meant to choose the blue pen. So anybody can go to their 4th of July parade, spend anywhere, be a hero. Totally be a hero. This is Dixie. All of this, and almost ate to Susanville. One by one, the evacuation centers that they had were evacuated themselves. The first evacuation center was in Greenville. Greenville was one of them. Greenville got burned to the ground. Chester was another evacuation center. Nearly got burned. Had to be evacuated. Westwood then became an evacuation center. That had to be evacuated and nearly burned. Firefighters got lucky. The Midnight Miracle event that happened around midnight, the fires just kind of stopped. Wind kind of stopped, and they were able to save Chester and Westwood those nights. Otherwise, we would have lost them. But Chester did lose periphery, outskirt, kind of everything out here to the west. I should have zoomed, but if I zoom now, that the thing doesn't work. But there are a lot of old historical buildings, kind of like the Golden Bear Corner out here and out here. They saved the St. Bernard Lodge, but some others were lost. Everything at the Golden Bear Corner, Silver Dollar Pizza, was lost. So, but if I can make it to this 4th of July thing, then somewhere in Chester, I think party definitely get together. So how do you guys feel about that? Would be cool if I could meet up anybody. The Boyles Fire is great. It's pretty much wrapping up, Bamboo Soldier. Good to see you again. Clear Lake, here's a live image. They have this little flare-up spot that keeps giving them a little trouble, but here's the 1 hour time lapse. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. An hour ago to what ends up. So you're feeling groovy? Looking for fun and feeling groovy? Is that it, Urban? Informant, hey, welcome back. It's only a matter of time if we're going to be real. Gotta fully prepare. It's true. Now, my nightmare is that I go to California ready to celebrate a 4th of July parade, and there's some major fun. Things get canceled, and most of my my good computer here, my supercomputer, is a desktop machine of pretty big size. I don't know that I could tow that around to do fire coverage. I need to kind of fundraise and get a better laptop. That would allow me to, stream live from the road. I'm working on it as best I can. John Sater says, any chance of this year of you or your content supplementing MS reports? What's MS reports? Yeah, David Ledgewood is right. There's pretty normal for a few flare-ups, but here was an hour ago. Here it is now. Let's turn it back on
Drive
the
for 98.
video for a second.
Top off of one, you guys can renew. Copy, thanks.
Yes, I had a laptop, and right before I went to California for December, which was a bad... Oh, mainstream. Gotcha. Any chance this year of me reporting with, like working in conjunction with mainstream media? I've never been contacted by them. I don't know about that. I thought about getting a press pass from a local, like Portland news station, because I want to go to. I cover Oregon as well, and that if I was some sort of an affiliate, that would work out. But I was mostly ignored by mainstream media. What I'm doing is non-copyrighted because this is not copyrighted. So nothing that I really do requires their permission from me, my content. So if they were monitoring me, which I know a couple of Fox stations, they commented from time to time, they did not need my permission to let's show the same FLIR camera. This is all public domain. Yeah, the FLIR camera is of course public domain. I was contacted once, which I thought was use a clip of my footage. It turns out it wasn't. It was to use the footage of somebody else that I had been covering. I just referred them on to that person. I said, look, I got amazing footage of the FLIR cameras with 300-foot tall flames. And they go, thank you for your time. I'm like, we're doing something amazing here. And they're like, thank you for your time.
Hotel. Do we have a crew that we can get started this way?
Okay.
Negative.
So.
I can get you a dozer back.
Yeah. I don't want to try to imagine their motivations, but it's true. There's a bottom line. People would be looking at my channel rather than theirs. So I keep...
Hotel, I see. I can send you a dozer.
Mainstream media. Okay, looks like there's no aircraft over the Boyles. Oh, there's one. No. That's probably a ski plane or something, or unless that's an airport. That may be unrelated to fire. Okay, there's no aircraft that I can spill over the fire at the Boyles fire, excuse me. But there could be a couple of helicopters that are too low to show up. But sorry, what I was trying to explain here is that mainstream media is struggling. I mean, all the newspapers are mostly shut down, and they, with people with ad blockers and such, ad revenue isn't there. I don't blame them. I try to get people to go to independent media and mainstream media to. Would it be scary if there just wasn't it? So I will just show snippets, which I can do legally for, the public good, but I won't sit there and rebroadcast KCRA helicopter. That sort of stuff is expensive to have. They have pilots constantly on duty, multiple pilots sleeping in shifts around the clock, ready to take off at any time to cover a fire from the air and give us those amazing shots to, give us a live bird's eye view of what the situation is on the ground. They do need their funding. We're just not going to have it. We were media locked. We had a media blackout pretty much for everything that happened in Sequoia National Park because that was federal land. And the feds locked out the media. There was no freedom of the press for journalists to go up there. They were just kind of locked out of the park. So most situations, we're taking for granted that we can even get eyes on the situation from the ground. And definitely taking it for granted that we can get it from there. So, Alien says there's a new gulch fire in Northern California. But I am cooperative. I'm pretty chill. I just want everybody to be happy and everybody to thrive. I give credit to everybody who's helping whenever I can. I am not in this for the money. I want money to be able to do this better, to be able to not have to work to do this. Crisis helping, people full time. That does take money. Otherwise, I have to go back and work and have to stop this. There's a huge amount of expenses with streaming video production, well beyond what any of you can imagine right now if you're in media. Like right now, I'm looking at a cell phone plan that might be more than $300 a month just so I can go live from the road. Because I even broadcasted a 480p video. I would hopefully make it 720. The upload of a data plan would be. So right now, I have not been able to pull the trigger on a data plan like that for a cell phone, but the cost is enormous. Just driving around, it's going to be $7 a gallon in the mountains sometimes. To show up, it might cost me $1,000 just to show up for this 4th of July parade. If you consider lodging, the expenses of taking the show on the road. Okay, let's look at watch duty. It's by Reading. Okay, that's the Ridge. Whoops, that's the Ridge Fire. Reading. Wildfire. Okay, friends, new fire. 1/2 acre with a moderate rate of spread. 1 travel trailer fully involved. Multiple units are en route. This is. Mute the radio a second. New fire. It's northeast of Reading, quite a ways up the highway, up 299. We're talking getting close to the east fork of the Lake Shasta, is that Whiskeytown Lake? I'm sorry, is that Shasta or Whiskeytown? That's Shasta. Yeah, that's Shasta, excuse me. So this is quite out there in the boonies. The satellite map. Sounds like a structure. Oh, looks like it's a vehicle fire then. That kind of travel. Okay, Deja Vu car fire, CARR. That was also started by a vehicle at the side of the road, sort of by Reading. That's a twitchy PTSD kind of thing. So there are structures nearby. Let's look. Go to Twitter and look at. This is Shasta County. It's not Tehama, right? It's Shasta. We'll look at Shasta County Twitter, Sheriff's Office Twitter. Looking at CA Fire Scanner too. My Twitter is @KWildfire. Anybody wants to look at it, I do retweet stuff. And look at Shasta County Sheriff's Office for any evacuation info. Share this Twitter. Let's look at it. Okay, I don't see anything related to anything fire today. Shasta County Sheriff's Office. I am following them on Twitter. Let's go take a look at the cams. Okay, that would be Shasta and Modoc. Oh, several. We're lucky. All right, new fire, guys. The one northeast of Reading, quite a ways up the highway. My monitor is small. I may just refer to watch duty and get the cam name. Let's shortcut this. That says Highline Trail. Deja Vu. We were monitoring that last year. Okay, so Highline Trail. Let's do Control F. Highline Trail. Okay. So there we are. And now you can kind of see the camera where we're pointing at here. It's well away from the proper town of Reading. East of I-5. and by the roadside of 299, so it is approximately here. Let's get our bearings. And if we look at CalTopo, they probably have a heat signature. So this particular camera is looking behind a tree. Let's see if we have others looking at approximate direction. This one, round Mount Shasta cam. Take a look at it as well. Yeah, we do have a second smoke cone. That cam. I'm going to duplicate tab back to that cam. And I group the tabs. There we go. So we'll call this one the, what's the fire name again? Gulch. Learning how to use edges. Whoops. I named this tab group. Yes, Gulch. Perfect. All neat and tidy and organized. Now let's look at flight radar to see if anybody's been dispatched up there. This is the Gulch fire. Yep, we've already got aircraft on the scene. Now let's switch broadcastify. Northern California major incident is what we were listening to look at Clear Lake. So this one should probably be, if I'm guessing right, SHU, because mostly out of the Redding Airport aircraft. So let's take a look. Cal Fire SHU. All right, I'm starting their feed. Thank you so much for the kind donations. I have renewed Broadcastify for another year. If you do want to donate, there's a little button that looks like a dollar sign in the chat. You can donate directly through YouTube. If you would like my my PayPal information, PayPal will not take any cut. 30% is what YouTube will take. Super chat, super thanks, super stickers. So I'm just hearing clicking from Cal Fire SHU feed right now. Oh, there they are. They are. Look. Ah, the area they're circling is not exactly by the highway. Were we mistaken?
Reading engine 2462, as seen.
462, I've seen 1938.
Okay, now this might be a classic mistake that I may have just made, and that is they'll put on a road, they'll put the marker of the fire on the road so that firefighters know which road to take to get to the fire. That does not mean point of origin. It has started. So CalTopo can give us a better idea. Turn off fire history and go to fire activity. That little marker might have just been on the road, which is directly on 299. But where the airplanes are circling looks like a little bit further behind. So until I get enough money to get the CalTopo Pro, which is $100 a year, we have to switch back and forth. But once I get CalTopo Pro, then we can theoretically import the airplanes right onto the same screen. That would be great. Good. Let's keep track of this. There's usually thousands of people that tune in here, and even a $5 or $1 donation makes a big difference. So let's see here. Better force or cap. Okay, good. Shader really gives you a better idea of the difficult terrain they're working. And we're back to watch duty. Bella Vista 299 and Seaman Gulch Road. I'm going to try to volume. Okay. Hoping this would be airplane.
Transport 2440, station 74.
Back. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have my PayPal info right now because I'm a noob, but I will get to it just in a second. I need to do what I've been telling people I'm going to do, which is the big thank you stream. That was scheduled for like yesterday, but I have a friend in a terrible condition with
Reading Battalion 2412, like the dozers to continue up Sugar Pine Camp Road, out Backbone Road, access from the top.
access to the fire.
Transport 2440, transport 2444, do you copy the traffic?
No.
2440, copy. 444.
1941.
Goes is not giving us a detection right now. Which may not be large enough yet. Either that or the satellites may have to swing back around, since this is a brand new fire, the Gulch Fire at Shasta County up 299, and it's saying
Tracy, ready?
Seaman Gulch Road at Bella Vista. Okay, yeah, I was right in the air. So usually this gets easier because we can turn on the heat map and the heat spot will show, but those satellites are either having trouble being the data imported into CalTopo, just like the other day, or they just busy on a different orbit, right? Hard to say, but usually every 20 minutes they'll come back around and they'll give us.
About this time, let's supply 2482 with water. It looks like the hose legs are tied in. We just need more water.
They said Sugar Pine Camp Road is where some of the ground crews are assembling.
Reading, Gold IC.
Still responding for water tenders. We show water tender 33 at scene. Still responding to water tender 32, water tender 71. Do you have a need for a fourth water tender?
Reading, Gold IC. Negative this time. We'll work with the 3 and see how they hold up.
The Cal Fire Station. Cal Fire Station right next to this area, so it doesn't look particularly large though. You can see this is the type of terrain. It's getting pretty high altitude at this point. You get scrubby sugar pine type trees.
34, reading local zone 1.
Go ahead for engine 1274.
You're out to station 75, he'll press recover.
Affirmative, engine 1274 is en route, station 75.
46.
See, do we have any other local picks? It's the main road. But this, wow, yeah. This is the steep, heavy climb up into the Sierras as the road goes to the northeast. And oftentimes they just cut and blasted when they made these highways right through solid rock and such. And this is pretty typical, climbing out of the valley up into the Sierras. And this is about the time when your boat that you're hauling makes you blows something in the radiator, and you pull over on a really hot day and beg people to help you, and people come by with water bottles to put water back in your radiator. We had something similar happen right about here. Having a childhood flashback. But you have a mix of oak, scrub, savanna type hills.
Engine 2474 and engine 1272 as seen.
That give way.
Engine 1272 as seen 1944.
That give way soon up the canyon. Thicker forests and higher altitudes. Now let's look back at the cams. Let's do 15 minutes.
2805 Nicole Court.
Okay, let me get my PayPal info. So sorry. I should have a sticky note, but I reformatted my hard drive and still don't have everything. I still don't have all my ducks in. I will get my stuff together, I promise.
Engine 47 at medical for a 79 female, difficulty breathing at 2805 Nicole Court. Just crossing Toyon Street, 1945.
Now this is like regular medical. Do we have
47 responding.
47 responding to Shascoma, level 0, forward by 1945.
Got a second for. That's our current look. And here's the Highline Trail Cam. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. You can see some aircraft in the. Now they were talking about this fire, so I believe we are tuned into the correct channel. I will need to eat sometime today. I actually have not consumed food, so I will be stopping to order.
2472, I think.
Stopping to order something.
2472, 1946.
Because that's the nature of Firestream. Is I think, oh, this will be a quick 1 hour kind of a deal, but then another one starts. So they're right next to a large body of water and right next to the major Northern California airport for the firefighting aircraft. So this is a kind of a good spot to fight it. I should have gotten a. Okay, PayPal wants to confirm my identity. Really? Okay. Call my cell phone. Yes, I'm trying to log in. Go. So Big Dog says the trailer on fire may not be putting out enough heat. It did spread to some vegetation. Okay, tell me about Patreon. I've wanted to know more about it, but I have not had a spare moment to myself. How does it work? YouTube is trying to woo me with some sort of like their own imitation version of Patreon, but I'm already angry at YouTube.
For Shasta, meeting canceled to Nicole, patient refusing treatment.
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna mute that for a second. That's like a regular person. Here, hang on a second. These firefighters. That engine 47 available, I believe. So I'm already upset that public service streams that YouTube takes any kind of cut. That's pretty upsetting. YouTube is already making money through a variety of ways. But hey, I mean, I'm not in charge. So let me go to quick, try to figure out what is PayPal link. It's called paypal.me, like paypal.me. And okay, get to profile. I should have this as sticky note. But I do appreciate the PayPal donations most because that is taken. Let's see, save change. Oh yeah, interface. It logged me out. Really? What do you mean security check? I just did this. PayPal. Here's your stupid code. I'll give you your stupid code. Technology. Go logging in again. Identity has been confirmed. Okay, remembering this. Since I reformatted my computer, it doesn't like the fact that it doesn't recognize it anymore. Okay. Aha, found it. It's paypal.me/Catherine's World. I should have that memorized. Yeah, tell me about Patreon now. Hey, Nick, welcome back. Welcome. Kimber says that's one windy road. My GPS always says turn left when it's straight down a cliff and it's a crazy area. Yikes, Kimber, but thank you for sharing your local knowledge. It does look pretty dang steep. It's difficult terrain to fight a fire in for sure, but look how close, as far as a helicopter is concerned, Lake Shasta is. This is good for helicopter action. But yeah, if we were to go to Caltopo proper, you can see this is a Forest Service map. Prefer, and you can see how super treacherous that is. Difficult to actually see the fire. That's what's so dangerous for the ground crews, is they can be on, unless you're on the very top of the tallest ridge, you can't really see it. If you go behind, even if you took a walk 15 feet beyond this top of the fire can go invisible down in the gulch. I'm still not 100% on where the fire originated. The aircraft circling this valley back here, did it go up the hill? Or did it start way back there? It does seem to be a travel trailer that was on fire roadside. Yeah, thanks to everybody for being here. Sorry I ignored chat, looking at things. Yeah, no worries, Nevi. PayPal's not for everyone. I've had bad experiences with it and had some really good experiences with it. But there's a lot of people that swear it off due to bad eBay experiences. But Venmo? No, tell me about Venmo. Is that going to be a better option for people? If I'll do whatever you guys want to do. I mean, you're the ones trying to give me money, and I'm so grateful. I did look into Google Wallet and could not get the app on Android to behave. People said that they sent me money and it never arrived, so I kind of stopped using that. It was fee-free and super easy to use the first time I tried it, but longer. We've got several aircraft circling, and usually the center of their circle is the actual fire. Let's look back and see if we've got a satellite detection. It's just like for some reason the GOES satellite is not working on some days. Caltopo, this is kind of astonishing. I don't think it's been put behind a paywall, otherwise it wouldn't even select it. But my goal is to get the $100 tier, the $100 a year for Caltopo. We should be able to import fire perimeters. If I could figure out how, import aircraft data, and have multiple layers of stuff within Caltopo, and then we could find fancier maps. I think at that point Google Maps becomes available, so we could do Street View and not have to switch tabs and all that stuff. Amazon Pay is a good one. Is it fee-free? That would be great. Okay, so he said a unit's available at Station 58. Okay. Yeah, what do you guys think about Zelle and Venmo? Should I sign up for those? Are you guys familiar with it? I also do have a P.O. box. If any of you guys want to send me, an old-fashioned paper check, then just email me, CatherineDavidson.wildfires with an S @gmail.com. And I will be happy to give you my P.O. box address. Plus, you can donate old gift cards. Do you have old restaurant gift cards or Amazon or gas cards, anything of the sort? You can send the number to my email. I gladly accept that. Amazon would be super, but any sort of gas card, a gift card. Do you have $10 left on some sort of Applebee's or whatever it is? I will make use of it. And if I can't, if there's no local restaurant like that around me, I will pass it on to a fire victim.
Ready, utility 2465,
whatever it takes. If you have physical things that might help, such as, super compasses, firefighter radios, I could use those things to keep me safe if I ever go out into the field to cover wildfire. You have books on history or local anything like that. I'm open to taking. I would be super grateful. So Nevi D says, all I know about Patreon is you sign up, we give you money, and it's monthly as your patron. What I want to know about, though, is are you required to have a certain amount of uploads? Because some months I just take off. I don't want to know. I don't want to know about fire. in the month of March. You know what I mean? Like I have to not look at fire 24 hours a day because I do that for months on end, and then
Reading engine 1234 is in quarter station 75.
it's a grim topic.
Copies 1955.
And at some point, I have to disconnect and unplug from it. So I accept 1 ounce gold coins. Yeah, sure. Yeah, did you find any nuggets on your property? They're probably worthless. You might want to just send those to me. No, yeah, anything. I mean, $8 works. And that's what I prefer. When these major fires break out, I prefer people to donate mostly to the victims. I didn't even accept any donations the first time I went live in 2020. I didn't realize it would go on for more than 2 weeks. And I spent more than a month just live every day. And I, after a time, realized I missed an entire month, 1/12 of my yearly income. When I was live in 2020, and I realized I had to accept them. But the rule, okay, my guideline still stands. I want most things to go to victims. The leftover pocket change is good enough for me if enough people do it. If you're donating 100 to fire victims, give me $5 or $10. You know, I can survive on that as long as enough people participate. But I do not want to be taking anything away from them. And if you have physical goods to donate to people, I am not a charity. I cannot give you sort of a tax break. But if you had, say, cleaned out your house and were moving, like somebody contacted me about, and wanted to fill up a trailer, like a U-Haul or something, I could perhaps transport on my way down from the Pacific Northwest, go down to Paradise or someplace where people still need donations, and maybe be the driver to deliver the goods to whatever charity of choice. It's feasible. It's possible. Gas is extremely expensive, and I know that people moving have a lot of moving. But a lot of people are just leaving California or moving to retirement communities, and that's the first time I've been approached about a thing like that. But I will do my best to connect you, whoever can help if I can. Yeah, is gold 2,000 an ounce right now? I haven't checked on it in a while. So Cheryl says some charge as little as $7, as high as over $50 per month in Patreon, and you get to choose the monthly amount that you. Okay, I imagine there's tiers in Patreon because I kind of heard about that. Dive Talk, which is one of my favorite channels. Shout out to Dive Talk, Gus and Woody. They have a like toe dipper tier, which is like $1 or something like that, something low per month on their Patreon, and then they have like a deep sea diver tier. Okay, that was
71, 1958.
Water Tender 71 is on the scene. Let's go back and do a 15-minute time lapse. And so, but I think you have to promise your viewers something. And if it's like a content every month, my health is pretty frail, and that's what I'm worried about, disappointing people. But if some people would understand that this, I still have the expenses monthly, even when I'm not streaming every month. That would do greatly to help me through the situation, because things like high-speed internet, you can't just randomly change your speed and call up your ISP. I'm in a grandfathered clause right now that's way cheaper. If I were to somehow miss paying the bill and get cut off, I would not be able to afford getting 500 down, 500 gigabits a second down. No way could I afford that. I'm in a sweet spot. I have to just maintain this monthly bill the way it is. Big Dog just checked.
I see we can cancel Whitmore Crew 1.
It's $18.35 an ounce right now.
Copy. Break, Whitmore Crew 1, ready. Copy the traffic.
Whew.
Ready, Whitmore Crew 1, copy. Cancel, returning to Whitmore.
2000.
I I wonder how much money we made for the fire victims last year. If people followed my guidelines, then we must have raised so many thousands of dollars. Like maybe we raised $10,000 or $20,000 on the street, and I have no idea. I just used the links for the official Dixie Fire and Caldor and other fire charities. I used those official links, and I don't know how many people used them through me because I didn't create a special tracking link, which in hindsight might have been good, so that I could have at least, said, guys, we raised $10,000, or, yeah, you know what I mean? I just used the straight up copy and paste link, and God, Greenville's, come to think of it, Greenville's bank and Quincy's bank had the drop off locations. I think Greenville, didn't they have a bank that burned to the ground? But the donation money was safe. Quincy was on pins and needles because the Wildfire, which was the second fire that PG&E's equipment started during the Dixie Fire, apart from the Dixie Fire itself, started right next to Quincy. But Quincy did make it. Goodness. I haven't been to Quincy in some time, but I have a fond memory. Another mountain town that can use your help. So, looking back, if they agree to what you do, that's why they do. Yeah, there are a few sites that have buy me a coffee. The maximum single donation is $3. Oh, well, if it's flexible, then I think I should look in. It's just that my health is frail, and when I'm down, I'm down.
Reading, Gulf IT. Hose lay around the fire, forward spread to stop.
Yes!
Still got quite a significant amount of heat, potential for spot.
That's cautious. That's cautious good news. I should know by now that I should wait for a second to respond because Reading will always respond. So, yeah, affirmative, copy. But the forward progress is stopped here on this Gulch Fire, Shasta County. However, they said there is potential for spotting, so the battle isn't over. Wind can definitely blow the embers around, and in this terrain, a spot fire could be just as bad as the one, or worse, really. If there's a huge gust of wind, you could suddenly have 5 new fires on the side of one hill. Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm anybody. There was a bug on my a bug on my desk there. I think I got him. 1 shot, 1 kill. Mosquitoes. I always have a shoot to kill order. Homicide. Okay, so that makes me feel a bit better. And I think I should have a stream in general where we try to figure out the channel. We have to come up with an official channel name. It was just my name, not for any vanity reason, but when I first went live in 2020, I just saw a crisis going on in Oregon and California with Labor Day, and I just hit this live button that was, my normal YouTube like watching account. Didn't have a channel planned. I had vague plans to make a history documentary site, which is my passion. I would rather be anything concerning history right now, filming abandoned places about to be lost to history, to us before they're gone. I had planned a gold rush Northern California tour of all the ghost towns I knew about, and the surviving towns too. And most of them just burned up in most of the last 2 years of wildfires. So I'm pretty sick about that, but it has motivated me to throw every spare bit of cash that I have right now into camera gear. Thank God, with your kind donations, that's made it possible. I want to interview the old timers, and I want to document places before lost. That's what I envision YouTube as a general thing. I did not complete my multimedia fine arts degree. I had a little bit of knowledge about web design. I had a little bit of knowledge of video production. Worked on a few movie sets that were just student projects. I realized I didn't have the stamina or the health for movie set work. It's grueling. And usually people like work in Hollywood resort to stimulant drugs. keep up with the pace of Hollywood. I realized that's not for me. No way, no how. So I decided to be a one-person crew, just take walks, do the best I can with holding a camera and learn as much as I could about sound and then make little documentaries. And then I would have a Patreon or something, Catherine's World of, it's going to be like this, Catherine's World of, history, Catherine's World of ghost towns, Catherine's World of, technology, Catherine's World of computing, where I explain computers to people, maintain and solve their own computer problems. Catherine's World of scrapping, because I like to be green and recycle metal and teach people to make money through this. If any of these topics interest you, I think what I should do, definitely hit the subscribe button, green bell, because these things are coming down the pipe. I will split Catherine's World into different channels. In Catherine's World of Wildfire Tracking. Yeah, good night, David. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I killed another skeeter, 2 in 2 nights. Oh, yes, Big Dog. What he's referring to, that's pretty hilarious. Let me finish my sentence right before I tell you the story of me and Big Dog last night. I met him for the first time in person. So it's cool when I can meet my mods. It's pretty awesome. Big Dog didn't look what I thought he would look like.
Reading 2473, available 43.
Yeah, Catherine wanders the west.
Ready, copy 2007.
Absolutely. I'm sitting on a lot of footage that I shot in the past, which is bad footage mostly, but my drone footage I'm the most proud of. I have taken the drone out and done low passes around shipwrecks and places around the Columbia River and such, and you want to see more content like that, then that's coming down the pipe. Every spare scrap of money goes to video production, computer, and tech gear, so I can do wildfire monitoring better, do streaming better. Pretty much a newbie at it, and also to learn ways of filmmaking. Everything.
Reading transport 2440, 2444, release from the Gulch incident available.
Excellent. They're releasing some units. Perfect. So anyway, if you like any of those topics, Catherine's World is kind of like a variety show, and I just upload the bits and pieces just depending on what I'm doing. But I want to do a lot of that live now. But that will take probably a $350 a month phone plan. So before I pull the trigger on something like that, like live from the road stuff, people seem to like that one. In December, that will take doing. So on the agenda is I want to have a stream where we just meet. We finalize what the channel is going to be called, and then I want to set up either Slack or Discord so that we have a resource for sharing photos, videos, and individual channels for individual fires. So when the major ones break out, there's always some smaller communities that feel left out of the coverage, and anybody in any community can go into that private channel for speaking and typing and sharing links and videos, and personal cell phone photos, personal messages back and forth to each other, so that we're all informed. And Discord is something I know how to use. If somebody says, look, I just put a photo in your Discord, I can just go and look at it. We would need a separate set of mods for Discord. I'm trying to figure out if Microsoft Teams, Slack, or Discord is superior for what we want to do. Discord cost would probably be most effective, which I think we're looking at least $20 a month for a Discord server. We may have to drop in additional revenue to do something called a server boost. Their words, not mine, which is to enhance your server, to allow more people to join it, share bigger files. Because if anybody's going to share big maps, be able to drag and drop it and have the server accept it. Oh, you're going to bed, Elian, or you? Yeah. Catherine's Western Wildfire updates. Yeah, that sounds good. I like the word monitoring or tracking. I thought about Yeah, West Coast Fire Angel is what Big Dog was saying. Calling it like not just me. Like I didn't want my name to really be attached to any of this. It's just that when I first went live, your default YouTube channel name is your name. And so later I just put Wildfires at the end of it because people couldn't remember my name. But I just had no idea what to call it this whole time. So trackers would denote the fact that we are a team. I don't just do the work. You guys help me with the work. Dependent on helpers. So Catherine's Wildfire Trackers. And then you guys could have a title. You know, you're a tracker. You can wear t-shirts that says proudly, I'm a tracker. And the cool thing is, if enough people get the t-shirts, you're going to start recognizing each other in the grocery stores, especially these mountain communities. All right, let's look back at the Boyles fire, just by Clear Lake, just to get a 15-minute time lapse. There's still some smoke and such. Oh, no. Oh, good. Whew. The new Watch Duty update on my phone was a containment update, not a new fire. I was so twitchy. So, yeah, I am trying to juggle all of this. I've had a million crazy things just happen in the last couple of weeks. Now, I'm I wanted to go live yesterday, the day before, and today, just to discuss these topics. Like, you guys can help define what is the claim. What is, what do we do from here? Do we do Discord? Do we do Slack, Microsoft Teams? And I need to thank everybody who because that's overdue. That's way overdue. As weird as it sounds, but since I streamed for 95 days last year in a row, basically the entire summer from July 14th through late October, I was behind in all those personal daily tasks. Like everybody that I had promised to do things for, whether it was fix their computer, do their network at their house, help them with something this or another, I didn't do. And I am still backlogged from what I was supposed to do for people last year. So going through all the emails and doing special live streams has been really dang difficult. There's been a lot of sorrow. I've experienced a lot of personal loss
2013.
Earlier in the year, and it just absolutely floored me. Losing an uncle, other people in my life was really hard. And yesterday, I'm trying to be there for a friend. One of the moderators is at the deathbed of his grandfather right now from Fire Street. I won't give away privacy reasons, but there to stand by. You know, anything I can do. It's we all have our personal tragedies to work through. Otherwise, I would have been probably live last night. I'm trying to get a day where we can all just talk about things, especially my California visit. So, Big Dog was awesome and suggested that we could get together, and he wanted to show me some cool ideas that he had, making small videos that would explain the Dixie Fire's origins, etc. So I spontaneously said, Big Dog, I'm actually going to be in your neighborhood. I have a reason to be there and drive out all that way. So we got together at a restaurant, and one that was open till midnight, a bar, actually. And we got his laptop out, and it was pretty cool meeting him. He did not look the way I thought he would look. I was thinking that you'd be sorry, Big Dog, but a really big guy, because you have Big Dog as your thing. That you'd be really squishy and like bear huggable. You know, you're still bear huggable, but you're in much better shape than I imagined. Sorry, no offense. So the hey David, hello, how are you? David Carranza. David Carranza. I hope I. And the bear trackers. Oh my God, Ellen, you're incorrigible. You do graphics for T-shirts, Cheryl? Oh, that would be perfect. Yeah, we should sit down and have like just a fun little stream to explore these options. I typed in logo. I need a logo for Twitter, or apparently a lot of people have a setting on Twitter. Don't see anybody's posts on Twitter unless they've set up their account and have a profile image. I had no idea. I still don't have one. But we'll, that's great, Cheryl. I mean, artists, let's convene. I want it to be a K with a flame behind it and a phoenix riding with a gold and purple and maybe some like nice orange gradient kind of a deal that's gold in it. Because I want it to be a symbol of hope too. The phoenix is a good image. These communities with enough support will come back. Enough support though. So yeah, Nevi says if everybody here gave me $5 a month on Patreon, I'd be in good shape. I think so. I don't know if I'm still not 100% sure on how many people really tune in who are unique viewers, who are even engaged. I mean, sometimes people are just watch this show once and that's it. It happened in their backyard or it got suggested to them. But mostly the viewership. Let me go to YouTube Studio and see how many people have been watching the latest videos. Behind the scenes stuff here. I can't really show you this page because if I accidentally click the wrong thing, you'll know too much. But if I go to my content, last live stream, the Edgewood fire has 2,583 views, and that was, God, seems like a year ago, doesn't it? And that was just long ago. Wow, we don't even see smoke, guys. We don't even see smoke up here, right? So the Sears fire that we monitored in Sonoma County had 808 views. The 31st of May, the Latrobe wildfire had 1,779 total views. The Canyon Fire 2,176. But there's also this button you press, and that's how many views since the broadcast. We got a couple hundred views since the broadcast ended. So that was surprising. But then again, that could be somebody just wanting to type a comment to me rather than watch the broadcast. Yeah, Urban says I'm in Connecticut and watch as many as I can. I don't think I missed one. Yeah, you're stellar, Urban. You're one of the best supporters, man. Alan T says time out for me. Yeah, I'm timing you out. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I did. Oh no, that works. Oh no, I'm sorry, Alan. I didn't mean to. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that button worked. I'm sorry. I didn't know it's going to delete like everything you just said. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Ellen. Okay. Now I need a timeout, guys. Somebody time me out. Okay, apparently I can time out moderators. Yeah. Big Dog says you're expecting Tom Cruise. No, I was expecting like the stereotypical image of a retired truck driver, of a very portly man who is very bear huggable and squishy. But you're in much better shape. That's. I hope you take that compliment. And I had a picture in my mind. Alan is toast. Yeah, sorry. He just gave me money today, and I just typed it out. Oh, I'm a cruel mistress. Oh my God. Yep. Sorry, come back from your exile. I will dispatch the messengers. Hopefully his ship hasn't sailed. You can return from exile. Actually, he'll just be timed out for 5 minutes or something. He's probably cursing my name right now. And, yeah. I actually can't undo this. So when I met Big Dog.
Making good progress, getting the heat taken out of it.
I still see it.
Stay ready. I copy. Crews are making good progress. We're okay after that.
Quite faint, but that's where that smoke is. Yeah, they're making good progress, and some of the heat's been taken out of it. Very evident on the cams with not much smoke. The hazy day, though. Gracious. So All right, back to what I was babbling about. So here's the story of eating Big Dog yesterday. We go, and I needed to stay awake to be there for my friend in case did somebody in the middle of the night. It was, you know, how deathbed situations are. You never know when it's going to happen. So I decided to stay up late. Like, Big Dog, you can keep me company. So we go to a restaurant and show me stuff on his laptop and some really good stuff. A huge, vast difference in the way other states will trim back their vegetation power lines versus the way that PG has done it in the last 4 years, which is let all kinds of vegetation grow up willy-nilly around. So it goes to show that it's a very optional fire that we had, the Dixie Fire, California's largest single-start wildfire and a 6-county fire. The size of the Dixie Fire was Rhode Island size, bigger than Rhode Island, and would have spanned several states back east. I want to do a map thing where you can take the Dixie Fire's square footage, or square mileage, excuse me, and superimpose it over states of the Union on the East Coast. You'd probably be astonished how gigantic. No, Nevi, sorry, what did you say? No, it's good. It's good, Nevi. Sorry, I'm very scatterbrained because I haven't actually eaten anything yet. I need to order Uber Eats or some sort of something. Yeah, I haven't eaten yet today. So, yeah, I continuously forget about that during the scatterbrain effect will enhance when I have blood sugar. But I think you actually are spot on, though, because when I had 6,000 subscribers, I don't expect anybody to, you know, a paywall, to face a paywall. I'm not that way. I will never put things behind a paywall and just people in unfortunate circumstances in the dust. That's not my style. I do believe in, like, for my other content that's not fire related, giving people a sneak peek who, are donators, before others. But I think you're onto something. Like, if somebody had $1 a month kind of subscription, and I had those 6,000 subscribers, I think we had nearly 7,000 something subscribers back at the height of the Caldor. Yeah, I'd be okay. Yeah, with everybody pitching in $1. Absolutely would. So some people can only intermittently donate. Some people can't at all, and that's totally fine. I value everybody who doesn't give me a dime just as much as those to give me a lot. It's willingness to help that I praise. If you're willing and you're here day after day, you show up and you help, you have my utmost gratitude. And if all you can help with is money and not time, then you have my utmost gratitude too. So that's a great. You are a help, Nevi. You definitely are. So, and everybody who types anything in chat. I'm sorry, Ellen. Are you back yet? Your timeout should have ended. Speak to me, Ellen. Speak to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ellen, are you back? Oh God. Oh no, he's probably okay. I mean, he's probably not at a bar right now crying in his beer. I hope not. I hope I didn't just devastate him. Not dialing the emergency number for his therapist. No, help. Okay, Ellen, speak to me. Okay, somebody. Does anybody know CPR? Ellen needs help. Kidding. Sorry about that. I didn't know that would work. So anyway, I was sitting with Big Dog for the sad reason of needing to stay awake to be there for friends. But he was like, "Hey, I'm a night person, so if anything is open till midnight, let's go." We had a midnight pizza and we're looking around on his laptop and stuff. And then a mosquito came and bothered us, and it was buzzing around heads. And so I was like, "Excuse me," and I start tracking it with my eyes, laser beamed in on it, and then slapped my hands together right in front of his face and gave him a jolt. But I said, "Aha!" And he goes, "What?" So he didn't even see the insect. He didn't have his glasses on, I don't think. So all of a sudden, I just looked like I was a crazy person with my eyes just like rolling around in my head real quickly. And then I clapped in front of him really loud. And I said, but. And thank God that the body of the mosquito, the carcass, was on the table. I said, that's what I did. He's like, oh, okay. So when I just slammed the bug on the desk a little bit ago, Big Dog made the joke saying, oh, you got another bug? Like one shot, one kill. So I'm on a kill streak now. That's 2 for 2. Big Dog saying the skeeter never stood a chance. No. They're the most dangerous animal on earth, man. I don't want to get malaria. I don't want to get the West Nile. I don't want to get, whatever, yellow fever. Want that. There's actually 7 varieties. They're still circling there. Oh, no, they're not. They were released, the aircraft were the incident. A couple helicopters. Can't. Excellent. Excellent. Alan T is showing monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Okay, Alan's gonna be fine. Walk it off. Walk it off. Yeah. Yeah. No, welcome back. I'm sorry. Metal NPC, hey, I remember you. I went to South Lake Tahoe and the big fire that hit there, here just burned as far as you could see. Yeah. Burned from Ham Station all the way to Tahoe, but somehow missed Kirkwood, but it was close. Well, they saved Kirkwood. It was burning all around it. The Echo and Cable's Lake, not Echo, Cable's Lake and the other lake team of hotshots that worked around Kirkwood were elite. They had to evacuate and be escorted by aircraft to safe locations time and time again. That area of the Caldor, I guess, to it now, was insane for firefighting. So when Sarah Luna went to cover it, I said, you better be extremely cautious in that zone, last year's Caldor fire, because Highway 88 is a steep, rugged, like it's the bad way to get to Tahoe. It's a steep, rugged pioneer and fur trapper and Native American trail that got paved, but it's still like wagon width wide. It's stuff like Tragedy Spring, Kit Carson Pass. You had a Silver Lake and Cable's Lake team. I fled Tahoe out of the blizzard, going west on this, and couldn't. It was a hair-raising, white knuckle kind of a drive. If your car went off the road right here by Tragedy Springs, here's that highway. That is a straight up 3,000 foot drop. Your car would be the size of a toaster by the time it reached the bottom. I mean, that is a steep drop off.
1263, engine 1272, and engine 2474 picking up equipment, becoming available shortly.
Please, 2028.
So as they tried to hold 88 as a fire line, which most highways are good fire lines usually, you can see though that there's vegetation on either side and nowhere to go. So if the team that was here, the hotshots and whatnot, if they were ever on this road, there's nowhere to flee the fire. They would just be trapped because there's that 2,000, 3,000 foot sheer vertical cliff face on this side over here. So the eyes in the sky, the aircraft, the pilots were constantly looking out for them, and if the fire and the wind shifted directions, they were told, move to your safe spot. The helicopters escorted them to safe spots. We're going to go towards Tahoe. We're actually going, it doesn't look like it, we're going uphill, so it's just a downhill portion. But I was on pins and needles for their safety. They had a safe spot right down here where the road goes down towards the lake shore. But these hotshots would be using picks and shovels, making dirt, fire lines by hand. And this mountain here, if you look at the satellite view, Thunder Mountain has bald spots on it. And then there's some bald spots sort of up here, but I don't think that's where they were. So they were over here doing headline, and sometimes they had to hike up to their safe spot, and they would just chill on Thunder Mountain, which I can't imagine. This is so rugged, and it's almost climbing rope stuff. Then you see the Kirkwood ski resort slopes here. they used the ski slopes, snowmaking machines, to full extent to try to. Well, these did become lines. But I heard on the radio that some cabins were lost, but then some people told me that no loss occurred. So that's a discrepancy reconciled. Some people said nothing was lost at Kirkwood Resort. I think it's open, like for ski. Not like July now, but I think you can still go there even in summer for, lake shore stuff. And people go to the resort and go to Caples and Silver Lake. But it was pins and needles sometimes when they said the wind has shifted, and they basically said abort and go to your safe spot. And so those crews would sometimes get on their little buses down 88 and just sit right here, for example, at the boat ramp, Silver Lake, ready to go out onto these little islands if they had to protect themselves. All kinds of sketchy. These are heroes. Fantastic. And the shortness of the trees here is due to elevation. These trees are struggling to breathe at this elevation. That's tree line. It's not just there's rocks, and so there's no trees. That's tree line. Kit Carson Pass is 8,800 feet. And boy, when I was crossing it in a blizzard, I found that out. But this is November 2021. As a street view. So, really, street view of November 2021. That's interesting. Post fire. They mislabeled that. The street view or the fire on. So let me look back at the chat. John Sater says, did you ever find out who that one particular pilot was? Oh, the Lone Ranger? No. I need to find out. And what I could do is go back to my 2020. I think I did find out who the K-Max pilot was at one point. The Australian volunteer or Kiwi. We made fun of him, but we appreciated him. Good fun. Yeah, Metal MP says it burned around the edges of Kirkwood yeah, they did have miracle weather type things that save the situation. The firefighters are powerless to do anything unless they have an opportunity. And opportunities are dependent on weather. Yeah, this is beautiful. This is about what it looked like when I was there in December. And it was a really dry November and December until I arrived. And then came to back-to-back atmospheric rivers, blizzards, and I was worried about getting stuck on this side of the Sierras because of the fire damage to the roads, to the trees that hold back, land from having a landslide. So I was envisioning multiple landslides keeping me stuck in Tahoe for more than 12 days without power is what they were forecasting, possibly for South Lake Tahoe. And so I just got out of there in the middle of the night, right before the blizzard really struck. Because it was avalanche and landslide warnings constantly. And 50 had already experienced plenty of the landslides. Now, but a lot of it was just straight up luck. Like South Lake Tahoe exists because of luck. Everything like Myers and Christmas Valley exists because of luck. And when they got lucky with what the weather was doing at the time the fire arrived, then the firefighters made a beyond human effort, like a superhuman effort, and it paid off. They were able to save places like Christmas Valley for the most part, Myers, or South Lake Tahoe. But if the wind had been different, that's why South Lake Tahoe was evacuated, and we on this channel got at least 3,000 people to evacuate Tahoe early. We called for the evacuation early before CAL FIRE. Long story why CAL FIRE had delayed evacuation, but it started a traffic jam, and one by one the three ways out, this way, and mostly it was just two ways out, but for a time it was this way. One by one, these closed down as evacuation routes, and everybody tried to go out the one way out of town. Okay? And and there was like a 6-7 hour traffic jam, which got me incredibly nervous because that's how people died in a mass fatality event in Paradise. But the reason why there wasn't a mass fatality event too is the fire did this. It went here. The wind shifted way. If the wind shifted this way, there would be no South Lake Tahoe. There would not be a way to have stopped the fire.
Reading, utility 2465, release available.
The fire lines.
Ready, copy, 2036.
Here is the huge enormity of the Caldor fire and the fire lines that they had to stop it. In fact, red is going to be the fire in this situation. Pink. The way that we knew that South Lake Tahoe was going to be evacuated long before they put out the orders was because we looked at the maps, the tactical maps, and they had some incomplete, not completed lines like this to protect South Lake Tahoe from the Caldor fire. Since they were incomplete, I don't know, the eraser. Nope, it erases them. Because they were not complete yet, and the fire did something. It climbed Strawberry and Twin Bridges Lover's Leap. It's a huge cliff face. Once the fire climbed there and got onto this plateau of Sierra Tahoe ski resort and neighborhood. Once it did that, we knew that there would be no way that they could complete the lines in time, and the town was now in danger on that plateau. Wherever way the wind was going to blow the embers, which is going to be random, change at a moment's notice. Whichever way the wind was going to blow the embers, it was going to spread in either of these directions, any of them, and that's why Tahoe needed to be abandoned. So with Alan T. and Torin and Cogito Ergo Sum's help and the real firefighters in chat, I said, guys, I don't want to believe this. But that night I said, is there anything stopping the fire from reaching Tahoe? And they said no. And I said, I feel meek and timid about this, but I think we should call for an immediate evacuation because fires progress until something stops them. They either have to run up against impassable terrain, like a Pacific Ocean. They have to run into a solid series of impassable fire lines that are complete. It has to exhaust all of its fuel. It has to either be rained out, snowed out. If these do not happen, the fire continues. Fires continue as long as there's fuel. And downwind, there's plenty of fuel in communities. So because there's nothing to stop it, I said, get the evacuation started immediately. That's one of my proudest moments here on the stream is thousands of people. I mean, we had like 16 to 28,000 people at a time. Mods could barely handle the chat, and I think 8,000 people at least were from Tahoe. The others had property in the area, were just concerned. It was on international news at that point. And I said, we have to start it. Everybody call your neighbors and get ready to go. They are going to evacuate the town. Getting around this, there's nothing in its way, and why they're not telling people as early as possible, I don't know. And I did speak to some real firefighters, and condition of anonymity. There is a bad old style procedure that's in place for like certain checkboxes have to be checked before a place is evacuated. And this is old. Back in the day when fires traveled slower, before mega droughts and whatnot, they have rules where if a fire reaches, like, say, 0.1, then 2, 3, South Lake Tahoe being 0.4, if a fire reaches 0.1, then they have an alert. If it reaches 0.2, then they really start alerting and tell people to get ready. And then if it reaches 0.3, it's a mandatory evacuation. And that worked back in the day when fires moved slower. At least I imagine it worked back in the day. But these days, with the crazy weather events and the fact that this is in mountain communities with, like I said, every one of these ravines is a wind tunnel, and coming every day was massive amounts of wind coming the Highway 50 corridor, which is a canyon, a steep and rugged canyon. that is not the way it should be done anymore. Nevertheless, that is protocol. So only when the fire reached like a point around here, just past Twin Bridges, were they going to be given the green light to evacuate. If not, they had to run it up a chain of command, and somebody in Sacramento had to approve. And this delay and somebody not being on the scene, having to approve stuff, that is a critical delay. That time and time again, we saw the Dixie and the Caldor fire. People were evacuated way late. And so that night, after I'd already called for the evacuation on the advice of the firefighters in the chat, we watched in dismay the 5 p.m. briefing that they had with CAL FIRE and all the other agencies. They told people just get ready, and they didn't say jack about having to leave, and we were astonished. What happened was later at 10 at night, they started a door-to-door to all the 18,000 plus people that lived in this little area. And after everybody had gone to sleep, radios are off, TVs are off, there was no way in heck that a door-to-door effort. Okay, radio's just saying people are released from the Gulf incident. I muted it for you guys, but I'm still not. So time and time again, like 10 o'clock at night, Mineral in Plumas County, same thing, or Tehama County, it's on the edge. With the Dixie Fire, they were told in the middle of the night to evacuate when it was plain as day many, many hours earlier that if there's nothing to stop a fire, you just pick up the phone and get reverse 911 going. Because if you hesitate, the fire may go and shoot through all the cell phone towers, the lines, and you'll have a complete repeat of the failure of the reverse 911 system, like in the Paradise Fire of 2018, where people were overwhelmed by fire and woken out of their beds to have fire licking at the siding of their house. That's how a lot of people got trapped in Paradise. Arrived around 7 in the morning. So it was just luck that there wasn't a mass fatality event. If the wind had shifted a tiny bit and the fire had been blown into South Lake Tahoe, just taking one look at Street View about how many neighborhoods are in the middle of the trees, there is no possible way to go save neighborhoods. Look at the density. And look at all the trees, any of the weak ones ready to fall over on power lines and block roads one by one, just what happened at Paradise. It was an absolute deja vu. Only 3 routes out of town, each one of them closing one by one, and a giant 7-hour traffic jam. It would have been worse, though, if it wasn't for the firefighters in chat helping to understand the situation, us getting out that info. Let me go back up to look at chat. Sorry, I ignored it for a bit. Metal NPC says a lot of the law trees are now burned. I think you mean low. Those trees. Oh, you said those. Okay, I mistyped. Big Dog says, I wonder how many millions of trees have burned and died in California in the last 6 years. Well, mostly it's all, for the most part, PG&E's fault. The sequoias were ready. The fire at the Sequoia National Park was ready to be put out, but because they started the Dixie Fire, they didn't have enough firefighters to send to the Caldor when it began. So the Caldor only got big because there were so many people in Dixie. These power equipment started the Dixie. And when the Dixie was almost done, when it wasn't that big, PG&E equipment again restarted the Dixie in a different area with their power lines going down by Quincy. Not even in a high wind event. You know, they neglected trimming tree maintenance for years, and as Butte County District Attorney investigated the Paradise Fire. They just do it again and again and again. Every single year their lines fail and they start fires. Just like the Zog Fire, the previous year that killed people. They detect surges but don't shut down the power, just hoping that everything's... the law needs to change so that if there's a surge, you shut it down and ask questions later. That could have stopped the entire Dixie Fire. That tree that started it was frying, being electrocuted on a power line for more than an hour before the whole trunk finally went up. So completely preventable. But 35% of the entire nation's firefighters were involved in a optional fire that was literally this big. And so there were very few people. I remember the night the Caldor broke out down here. There were just a couple hundred firefighters that could be redirected from Dixie over there. The Dixie got worse because of the redirection. They had to pull firefighters off of the McCash, McFarland, and all those who were over here. These people got screwed. Weaverville and Hayfork, just like they do every single year. This is low population. And by the time they got people here to respond, there was a high wind event, and tiny fire of the Caldor got huge. So once the Caldor was established, the Dixie got worse because they sent thousands of firefighters down when they didn't have the personnel to send them. And meanwhile, there's a lightning strike that goes down here at Sequoia Kings National Forest, and it was just at the top of two big mountain hills, and it was just sitting there politely ready to be put out. But the aircraft was working the Dixie, aircraft was working the Caldor. They put a retardant rope around both of the fires, and it held steady for more than a week, just lazy burning the top of the mountain. But there were only like 28 firefighters to respond, the local volunteers. They hiked up to this one here, the northernmost fire on the hill, and did not have enough line. Just ran out of it by a couple hundred feet, I believe, to get water on the fire and strengthen their line. This fire sat there politely in low wind conditions. There would have been no Sequoia losses last year. This whole giant Sequoia Kings National Park fire plus the KMP, two independent but almost merging fires. In fact, they may have merged. Did not need to happen, because if we did not have the Dixie, they would have slammed it with aircraft. They would have parachuted all the hot shots in. Everybody would have responded. It would have been out, and it would have been back page news. When people say how many trees were lost last 6 years due to fires, well, mostly that's due to PG&E starting these fires that are optional, and there's not enough crew to respond to all. Like CAL FIRE and all the agencies like the Forest Service have their hands full every year with the normal lightning strike. July and August is lightning strike season for California. They have enough, equipment for that, enough personnel for that, even considering, the shortages due to COVID. They do not have extra personnel for, optional fires started by power companies. They don't. Never accounted for that before. So they even drafted people out of the military. They were responding to the Dixie Fire. Once a lot of personnel left to go respond to the Caldor, they drafted Army soldiers and just put shovels in there and put them by Taylorsville. A crazy situation in what's one's called Grizzly Mountain, Grizzly Peak, Grizzly Ridge, or whatever. It's like a little bowl here. An ember flew all the way.
Reading, Gulch IC, fire contained, 0.7 acres, ready for
like a basketball hoop slam dunk into a bowl.
Gulch IC, got any copies? Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. Listen.
North 40 degrees, 43 decimal 229. 122 degrees, 06 decimal 953. 2049. And we can show the fire contained. We'll be working into 2457 out of here shortly, and probably another half hour to an hour on 1281 and 2482. Copy 2049.
Okay. So, hey, welcome back, C-Probe. Yeah, the KNP and the one down there, both of those would have been done deals. It was unstaffed, unmanned, except for somewhere between 18 and 28 local volunteer firefighters, first responders on the scene. That's not enough. So when people are oversimplify the scene and say, oh, it's just global warming. No, it's not. It's not one or the other. People divide themselves strangely into a camp of it's global warming or no, it's the power company. Why not both? Both is what is the true assessment. It's like having a barn that in a red flag day, and there's a lot of dry hay in there. So you'd want to be extra careful with fire around your barn, right? There's people living near the barn, and there's animals inside. A lot to lose, and it's super dry conditions. Now, how would you appreciate somebody being careless, throwing matches around the barn inside of it, just willy-nilly, with impunity, with no penalty? Would you appreciate that person very much? Well, that's what it's like with global warming. We have this obvious climate change here that has affected California. Whether or not you want to chalk that off to natural versus man-made versus something in between, I don't care. That's not the debate. It's obvious that California is in a dry spell of unprecedented nature in the last couple of centuries. So we don't need people being careless with fire, including the power company. But that is what they've been. They have been negligent. They have been guilty. They have pled guilty. Felonious stupidity with fires and the deaths of almost 100 people in the last few years. Every single year that has gone by, including the year where the death of my friend occurred when I first got into this fire street, they start careless fires every single year with their equipment with 100% preventability. This doesn't happen to other states because other states don't have corruption, but their power companies like California does. Power companies give money to politicians, and politicians blame global warming instead of them. And the politicians pass laws that allow the power companies to stay profitable. Now, they can cause $1 billion disaster, stay profitable because of corruption and the way that these bad politicians have operated is, somebody like Butte County comes along and gets fire victim, prosecutes the corporation. Looks like there's going to be reparations for the fire victims, lost everything. Maybe power company needs to rebuild several cities and towns. Steps in the politician, and they say it's something we can't fix, like global warming, or they blame the president, or raking, or whatever the stupid stuff gets on the news. And the politicians allow corporation to be the victim by raising the rates on everybody else in California who is a customer. So they raise the rates on the victims, pay out the victims. That's why they still have a profit for the shareholder. If it was you or me starting this stuff, and nobody goes to prison, even though they've been starting these deadly fires and counter-racing fires for a long time, start going back towards 2016 and start researching what's going on. Remember, 2017 Cascade Fire, what killed my friend, power lines down, Bangor and Loma Rica. Same night, Santa Rosa mostly burned down. These were deadly events. My friend, I'll never see him again. Friend. And I remember calling my dad. Hey, what's up, Dad? And he goes, yeah, we lost our friend last wildfire. And I got confused. Like, what was he in Santa Rosa? Nope. Near where we used to live. Near Bangor and Loma Rica. Yeah, one time we used to live out there. So that's the best way that I can help unite both sides of the aisle. We have to fight against corruption. Nothing is going to change. I am not political, but I can bet you that everybody's against corruption. I don't care if there's a D or R or whatever behind your name, but if you're part of the corruption, I would say don't vote for somebody who took money from this particular company. They should also change something. Like during the Dixie, I wanted to have a cheeky little thing that says, because it says image courtesy of PG&E. I also wanted to say, this fire too. But that was a little snarky, I wanted to maintain a situation of calm, but the fire was brought to you by PG. People think that it's such a great company. That's people are ignorant to the situation. That's putting these cameras or sponsoring these cameras. I believe a court ordered them to do that, but I'm not. It's part of their rehabilitation since the company is selling. So I don't know who's trying to divide us. Social media, like it's either the power company or it's global warming. Dude, it's obviously like there's like 25 different reasons for California burning down. One's invasive weeds, or land management, allowing fire load to go up on logging rules that are stupid, failure to salvage log invasive weeds that promote fire, like the eucalyptus, um, volunteer lack of fire response, and the fact that volunteer firefighters are just struggling to handle everything in the country. The cities can give nice salaries and afford good salaries to firefighters. So if you had to choose between being on food stamps with a volunteer firefighter company in your rural neighborhood versus going and getting full medical and sort of a retirement thing in a union job, in a city, it's a no-brainer. Like there's a lot of problems with staff, problems with appreciation, ancient radios where they can't even talk to each other. All of these bundled together, but the main thing still remains. In this climate, we can't have optional fires. Started year after year, repeat billion-dollar disasters, town erasers, and mass fatality events that are optional. This is destroying the state. Look how much of the state has been devastated by wildfire. The red are fires in the last 2 years. The orange are previous. How much of the state hasn't been affected? How we're running out of historical treasures, natural wonders, all going up in smoke. California's biggest wildfire, the LNU, the August complex, was part of the lightning strikes that happened.
Ready, engine 533 released from the Gulch incident, available.
Lightning did this, 2020 all over.
Copy, 2057.
Just thousands of strikes. This would have never become, and all of them merged together, this would have never become California's largest wildfire if the optional fires were not going on at the same time, like the power company started the Zog fire. Zog, resources peeled away and responded to Zog. This becomes unmanned because it's low population. Why these people out here constantly get screwed. I would be super nervous to live there. Like Hayfork and Weaverville, they're kind of like trying to make their own personal fire defense around town that they man because they know they'll be abandoned every single year. But mostly, climate is a challenge, but it's not the ignition. Fires start with an ignition source, and climate doesn't do that. The climate just creates an atmosphere like a barn that's ready to go up like a tinderbox. But nothing will happen if there's no ignition source. Lightning season is already bad enough for California. Very, very few are actually caused by human stupidity. When they say human caused, mostly this is corporation caused, and it's a domino effect for the disaster. The Caldor, they've trying to say father and son shooting guns caused it. They deny it. The trial will begin. Don't know what to say about that. I have an opinion because I don't know who they are or much beyond what the news has wanted to. But the big town erasers were all PG&E. They start thousands of fires, many of which never actually become big, but in the right circumstances do become. I don't know if it's in the dozens or hundreds or even thousands of fires per year, but that was the statistic for up to 2019. I'd like to know the new statistics. However, there's a sort of a foot dragging thing getting us these statistics, and that plays right into corporations and the politicians' hands. It takes so long for an investigation to conclude that it's like 3 to 5 years later before we get an answer. And so I can't just go and put out a real statistic such as 28% of the fires this year started by a power company or whatnot, or how many of the percentage of the town are. because there's a couple years later before the statistics are published. So the corruption's insane. The corruption level is absolutely insane. And there's a solution, though. We still have the ability to vote. At least it's not the Soviet Union. It'll take a lot of doing to deworm California of the parasites that currently infest their legislature. But I don't tell people who to vote for, but it's going to be people with plans and people who don't point the fingers at Washington and refuse to work with Washington, whine about the climate and taxing cow farts. It's not those people. It's going to be those with plans, those who want to save the state. Who's going to save the state? I don't know, but not the people currently, the ones who have been overseas. So Cindy Collins says PG&E is only doing what they are told. What are they being told? I fear to open that can of worms. But PG&E was violating the law. California has laws that protect people from fire from power companies. However, they're not being followed through. We saw the journalists who are running around Plymouth County, and we saw 30-year-old trees growing up underneath power lines. That's putting the lives of firefighters at risk for no reason. You know, fire access lines need to be open for firefighter traffic, and if there's 20-year-old trees growing in the fire access road, what kind of level of failure is this? Failure for the company to inspect? Failure for this county to inspect? And who exactly is in the chain of law here, turning a blind eye to such things? Heads need to roll. People need to be in prison. Golden handcuffs need to be applied to. If there's no consequence, those repeat behavior. There's a high percentage of psychopaths, sociopaths, like in some corporate environment. In a corporation causes fires, you know, psychopaths tend to rise to the top in many corporations. Don't count on them to lose sleep over it. I'm not calling anybody a actual, like psychopath, but it's just a statistic reality that things like these situations can often occur because of psychological reasons. People have the most power. The PG&E workers I give them praise. They're like saints, like a company run by devils and that employs angels. But they're powerless. People who have a heart. Never assume that because somebody causes a mass fatality event and a disaster, like a sea captain, oh, he'll have to live with it the rest of his life. Psychopaths sleep very soundly the rest of their lives, or narcissists, or anybody else who lacks it. Don't ever count on them losing one night of sleep. These arsonists that run around doing stuff, really severely mentally messed up. So the guilt is not punishment. Often it is absent.
Engine 2462 available from the Goldchin sedan, returning station 75. 2462 and copy 2104.
Whether or not California gets saved is up to Californians, ultimately. You have to actually get motivated and do something. Everybody in charge with the status quo right now is very comfortable, very wealthy, and they are not changing anything because they don't want to. This repeats year after year. So until people get enraged, know the truth, and stand up and actually march, protest, and reject the crap, reject this wholeheartedly, all this crap, nothing will change. Climate's not changing back to being wet, which would help the situation. Just when are you going to get irritated enough to kick out the people throwing matches in the barn and being reckless? Other than a couple of arson incidents, most everything is an accident and lightning. Just a car accident. That's the vast majority. There are very few major fires that are started by somebody with a careless campfire cigarette. So, and I take that as a bright light, really. that Smokey the Bear and other outreach programs absolutely work. Most people are pretty responsible with fire, otherwise the state would be gone by now. Okay, going back over. Yeah, Desiree Buckman says, I actually liked Gavin until I watched ABC 10's documentary Firepower. Yeah. Oh, yeah, a lot of people liked him. He's a slick one. But much of what he is saying is not real. Both he and Trump at the time made everybody sick. Because they just point fingers at each other, standing over the ruins of paradise, and they both cut off and threatened to cut off aid to the Paradise victim brother due to political squabbling, pointing the fingers at each other, blaming each other. That's not leadership. That's a failure of it. Shut the hell up and work together even if you don't like each other. That is what you are paid to do. We elected you people. Serve us. You're supposed to be our servants, not whiners in chief. So nobody was particularly happy with D or R in anybody's names, least of all me. Most dismayed were the Paradise victims themselves, and a lot of them said, that's it. This is too complicated. Some of the restoration money was being held back, state and federal, due to their squabbling. And you can only live in a tent for so long in 104-degree heat down at the river bottoms before state and federal agencies get their crap together to do something. What enrages me the most is how the victims are treated.
Right, sure. My crew one release from the Gulch incident. Turn down.
But everybody who's not affected by the fire, say you're more cool, and instead of like being a bleeding heart like me, right? You still have an economic reason to want to drain the swamp, so to speak, and get rid of the corruption, because the economy of California will collapse if the fires continue. Because every time that these devastating fires erase communities and all the rebuilding has to restart and all that and all the cleanup, there's a huge expense. And eventually the federal government will probably just say, never mind. I think FEMA never even got involved with the Caldor, which is shocking. I'm not sure. But the California taxpayers just would have to have repeat tax hikes. But mostly the businesses will leave because the power rates, cost of doing business, keeping the lights on, doing anything with electricity in California is extremely expensive. So the rates can't just be hiked and hiked and hiked to pay more and more fire victims the politicians are allowing. They needed to have shut down PG&E as a felonious company. After you reach a kill count of over 100, you should probably just be shut down. You and me, if we had done such a thing, there's something called civil asset forfeiture, which means to pay the victim, even if you're bankrupt, your assets are confiscated by the state. The state should have confiscated all of the assets because it's going to take huge tax hikes and federal investment to undo the 40 years of damage of PG&E neglect, to actually trim back all the vegetation from the lines, to actually replace the 100-year-old-ish high-tension power lines coming out of the canyon, such as the Feather River. These are like 100-year-old power lines failing. They neglected the maintenance. 96 years old? Power line that failed with Paradise and Campfire. So PG&E can't afford this. Period. It's going to take federal, state, local investment, and so there is no leftover money for their investors, for their stock. There is no leftover money. Why are we pretending like there is some? Why is somebody still flying around in a Learjet? Why are CEOs still eating caviar and drinking their glasses of champagne? Should this be happening when multiple cities are missing because of the company? That would not happen if you or I committed. I'll tell you that. So eventually, as this goes on year after year, the power rates will be so high that people just cannot afford power in the state. More and more people are leaving because the power bills are just insane. More and more businesses will. And then you'll have fewer businesses that will be paying customers, and then you'll run out of revenue to what they're trying to do. judge's orders bury the line. Situations like but the law has to change. It won't be fighting this situation, fighting the fires. It's going to be done more with the pen than with the fire hose. The system right now, where you can't put a CEO in prison. They can do what they want, kill who they want, nonchalantly, be careless with fire however way you want. That has to end. Corporate bigwigs have to be held accountable for crimes they commit, instead of just keeping all their Learjets and whatnot and going about their business. It doesn't happen. The pen is mightier than the sword. Just a few change. Everything about California change. You can do that in an instant. If they could actually go to prison, then the decisions they make when it goes up the chain of command. Oh, Feather River Canyon has a surge. If we shut down the power line, we might lose some customer revenue for the after. But if we don't, and it starts a fire, and we kill a dozen people, we faced prison time. So let's shut it down. That will be the thinking process. The current thinking process is, well, there's no consequence if it kills people, but if it turns out to be nothing, we'll lose some revenue too. So let's just have detrimental optimism. Let's just imagine that everything's okay and keep the power going until somebody calls in smoke. Well, yeah, that's what that guy tried to do. Their employee, the day that the Dixie fire started. He had no cell service. He had to drive his car back down towards cell service. And even though he had the ability to turn off power, he had to call corporate in order to get that approved. That needs to change. He was worried about losing his job. There needs to be whistleblower protection. Anybody involved in power companies, state of California, and I would hope the whole nation, that shuts off power to err on the side of caution need absolute whistleblower protection and Good Samaritan protection. They should not be fired. That would be a good start. Little laws like that. All right, friends. So let's look at the situation back at Boyles. We can wrap this up. More people that fully understand that is going to be the better. We're not helpless. We don't have to sit there and cry in our beers about, oh, climate change is inevitable. Oh, this fire is getting bigger is inevitable. BS. That's exactly what corporate criminals want you to believe. Space lasers and lizard people started this. Yeah, that's exactly what they'd love you to believe. Keeps them. So there's just a bit of wispy smoke rising now from Boyles Fire, Clear Lake. Looking good. Yeah, I lost track of all. I lost track of all of the towns that the fires have erased. It was much of downtown Santa Rosa and neighborhood, Bangor, small community nobody's heard of, Loma Rica, small community nobody's heard of, Greenville, Canyon Dam, Indian Falls, so that's 6. Then the neighborhood north of Chester, I keep forgetting about what it's called. We lost Seneca, which is 7. We lost parts of the Lucky Ass Mining Town, which is a ghost town. It's getting up to 9 towns that were erased by PG. Then there was the devastation of Igo and Ono, which is over in the Zog Fire, I believe, and that devastated portions of Redding. So we're up to 12. Then also they started the goodness, which ones am I forgetting about, friends? Other towns PG erased. Oh yeah, Paradise, right? That's the one I was forgetting about. So we're at 13. Then there was Concow, which is 14. Pence, which is 15. Polga, which is 16. Then Helltown, which is which is a small community near Paradise. Magalia, what is that, 18? Lovelock, barely saved, I believe, actually. Saved Sterling City, but there's a bunch of small communities up and around. I mean, heck, we almost lost swaths of Chico, but Chico is on the ball. A couple other smaller communities, but as Wildfire, really forgetting. I mean, that's just sort of getting started with a couple of towns. Big Dog says Canyon Dam City, by the way, is the shore of Lake Eleanor. Yeah, it's over on the south shore. I was there at a campground. I wonder what it looks like today. But I'm absolutely sick that we lost Seneca, one of the best preserved ghost towns, Sierras, and that's absolutely awful. Firefighters had ringed it and saved it in countless fires before. Same thing with the Lucky S. We'll see what's left when we go there. But I'm already up to about 20 towns. There's very few news media outlets that are willing to take on corporation and the gigantic corrupt political system protecting. But ABC 10, the little ABC 10, they are on the ball. You know, NPR did a little bit of investigation too, where they're starting to realize that the bold claims that the governor was saying about having spent all this money and getting new helicopters and stuff, and that they hired this amount of people was not adding up from what he claimed versus what was actually, on the books of statistics. NPR plus Cap Radio both jointly investigated. Didn't hear their conclusion was, hey, there's a helicopter chase taken or landing at Chester. We almost lost Chester. They barely saved the air. Chester was another luck thing. Firefighters just able to save it because the wind went that way. If it had been blowing that way, Chester was gone. So there's many more towns that would have been lost by negligence if it were not for the absolute heroic, super heroic action of firefighters. I think we do need to make some statistics, because if you think about how the Caldor only got big because too many people were involved with the Dixie, you could go down and count the communities of Caldor fire that were lost too. Grizzly Flats may not have been savable, but was pretty somewhat close to point of origin. But it was, I think, 3 days. All the firefighters hadn't been up there. Could have pounced on it. No, but things like Khyber's, areas near Strawberry was okay. Khyber's mostly okay, but Sierra Tahoe got it, and Christmas Valley was hurt pretty bad, but Grizzly Flats are pretty much off the map, and the smaller communities really impacted. Elmer Ranch area over towards Sly Park and Sweeney's Crossing. The people that just live rurally, but not outside of towns, absolutely impacted greatly. It's hard. We would have to come up with some hard statistics. Which ones were directly caused, which casualties indirectly, and then we could do the same. We could calculate losses of trees. We lost something like 30% of this couple of years. So if we do want to have sequoia trees anymore, if we do want to have wild places that are not burned to a crisp, we do want old growth, we want towns to be safe, and the economy of California to survive, we'll have to do something about this. But people have to rise up, and nothing will happen with it. All I can do is encourage it. I don't research politicians of California, and not really my job. But just look for the leadership qualities. People have plans, people have enthusiasm. Because if that corruption was brushed aside, and if public utility or broken up utility, California's looking way better instantly. And I think it should go beyond fire. Any kind of corporation, state, if you cause the deaths of people from negligence, the company should be held responsible. They're found liable due to the district attorney investigations. Corporate felonious acts just as much weight by an individual. There has to be equal justice. Right now, the rich people are just skating around it, walking on all of our backs and laughing. They can get away with murder, get away with negligent homicide, they can get away with manslaughter. And I don't know about you, but that's quite uncomfortable. That situation does not exist. So looking back here, Cindy Collins says, my dad lives in Magalia, just above Paradise. It's forever changed. I was about to go down. I had just made contact with the Gold Nugget Museum. My first documentary in history was going to be about the Dogtown Nugget, which Magalia, I understand, was Dogtown, and Paradise was Paradise. And I had just found them on Facebook, and I was literally planning to go down there and film my first ghost town document when that went up in flames. And I was going to stay with my brother, and have a good time. That was crazy. I felt like I was a curse because everywhere that I liked and planned to do a documentary mostly went up in flames. But it's not me who's the curse, it's the patient. I just happen to be interested in history all over the entire West Coast. And rural communities are just endangered due to these fires in general, historical or not. So I wanted to do a documentary of Shasta, and the car fire had ripped all the way through here. There's a lot of ghost towns. And the history of like Shasta, the town, or preserved ghost town. And this is Flight Radar. So I had the little gold man. Let's go back. And then the car fire happened and burned up. I think the museum got it by Whiskey Town and Shasta. But thank goodness a lot of the buildings survived the firefight. But if you go there, it's the old Main Street for this Gold Rush ghost town. And it was once a much larger city, and you can see the car fire burn scar back. But thank God, with many of these tourist attractions that keep the area alive are still with us. Okay, I was just listening to Reading chatter still.
2133.
Some of them being gutted by fire a long time ago.
Reading engine 2465, returning station 58. 123.
But everywhere that I plan to film, especially Eastern Oregon too, and Oregon's Cascade Range for their gold rush, Jawbone Flats, Beachy Creek fire took it out. I just realized that I've got to get a move on, and almost most of the Wild West history about to disappear, probably within the next 8 years, at the rate that it's going.
Engine 1263 in quarters, station 58. Copy, forward. 2120.
Daisy May was saying Belden. Belden was mostly saved. They did lose some periphery outbuildings, but thank goodness Belden and Highway 70, if you're thinking of the Feather River Canyon, was mostly saved by the firefighters. The old Stagecoach Hotel, the Stagecoach shop there, was saved, and I know there was a devastating loss of some cabins there. But Belden was nearly erased by another fire in the canyon years ago. It's always living on pins and needles. But yeah, that's a good one to remember, that they did lose structure. So looking back down. Oh, John Sater says that is the museum. They evacuated it and put random stuff in civilians' cars, but if they were able to save it, they could. I had conflicting reports of the car fire. So let's go back up. Back at the chat. Canyon Dam City. I miss anything in chat, totally get my, and we'll try to address it. We could do another statistic is how many structures have been lost. Every once in a while, it's an innocent mistake by that company. Like, oh, they're the demon company, and they just want to. Oh, they don't actually want fire. To be clear about that. However, negligence is negligence. It's disrespectable. Every once in a while, there's just a straight up freak accident. But what I want to do is compile the statistics of optional accidents. But people get an idea of just how bad this one particular company is affecting the entirety of the entire state. So air quality. I mean, we have such bad air quality from these fires that people's lifespans are cut short. I have relatives living in the valley who struggle to breathe. And air quality, smoke, and the finer particles of it linked to heart attack. So there is a cost down the line to the state, to healthcare. Will be resonating a century or more. Many of these forests won't be back in level again for a century. Gone. The sad thing about Plymouth County and 52% or so of Plymouth National Forest burned down in Dixie Fire just because the power company said oopsie. In my childhood, they were not old growth trees, but now I'm old enough for many of them to be considered old growth trees. Now, Auntie Faye, who used to live in Brazil, who was born in around 1918 or so, she was the old timer of the area. She knew actual gold rush old timers when she was a child. She didn't see any old growth around the Plymouth County. She didn't live to see any of it, but in the last few years, much of it had just been certified old growth area, especially right here where there's no development. And that just all went up. So start over. It's going to take a few more 100 years. The reset button on that is just awful. Old growth is what's more fire resistant. And not going to have that a long time. It's drought resistant too because the roots go deeper and they still soak up groundwater when baby trees can't. So don't assume that any of these forests can grow back on planted baby trees, their roots going down just a couple feet. Most of those will die due to the drought. You can't replace old growth trees. Just be like, oh yeah, we'll replant. No, you can't. Where's the water table? How deep do the roots have to go before they can? Oftentimes, only old trees survive and the youngsters don't. No, I don't know. We're looking at the artificial desertification, an optional desertification of California. How that's going to change the weather if trees are in it. There's no old growth in this year. Is that going to change the weather? It'll change the erosion patterns for sure and runoff, have a loss of topsoil. You might just have hot, dry wind instead of actual rain in the winter. So that's deforestation causes massive local climate change. It's part of why the Middle East is a desert. It used to be called the Fertile Crescent because the loss of the old growth trees on North Africa would be a big jungle, like a big elephants and lions. That jungle. You think of North Africa today, a little bit of a difference, but it's a domino cascading effect of deforestation. Forests every day.
2472 available.
Every day, forests put moisture into the sky. Tree roots reach down deep into the water table, and then they crunch CO2 all day, and at night they release vapor, water vapor, and oxygen. They create clouds. They create the humidity. They create the fresh air. If it's just not there, you're going to have something vastly different. Something that resembles much desert. Alan Dangle says they're trying to get people out of rural areas. Well, what does that matter? Santa Rosa wasn't exactly rural. The fire in Oakland wasn't exactly rural. Santa Rosa's been there since the Spanish missionaries. Power lines went down in that town, and much of it, the downtown. And it erased neighborhoods. We're talking like right here. It's not rural this and that. It's rural living has mostly declined in California. If you can believe it, most of the small communities of the nation are getting smaller. There's a new ghost town every day where the last people have just packed up and left. A lot of that's happening in the Midwest, like farming communities. A lot of that's happening in California too. Most of California is uninhabited, like where there's miles and miles and miles between another person. So don't believe me, just trust me. Like, no one lives here. There's the amount of people that live here. The amount of people that live here is zero. Sorry, up on the hill. It's zero. Most of these mountain communities can't sustain themselves anymore. Most people leave the Sierras during winter. Pretty harsh. So most of the small towns of California are getting smaller, and the big cities are getting bigger. People go where there are jobs, not where they want to live, not where is fire safe. They go where are jobs. Where is it affordable to live? Factor. So Paradise was the affordable alternative for anybody working in Chico. That's where the jobs are, but it's expensive. So Paradise is where all the low-income people and seniors got squeezed out of. You can take a bus to Chico and go forth and have a small commute, but people abandoned this town, ghost town, in the first place for a good reason. Windswept plateau that's not fire safe. That's incredibly hazardous terrain with very few exits by deep cliff faces. So as soon as the gold played out, this was a ghost town. A couple of communities and horse ranches and stuff, and a nursery or two. But with the housing crisis went insane, more and more people are pushed out to the Badlands, known as. No offense to anybody who's ever lived in Paradise, but you know in your heart it's true. It's a badland, as in a non-safe zone. This is not meant to, I want to insult your town. I've been there plenty of times. My grandmother was looking to settle there, and she ruled it out as too hard to grow a garden there due to the wind. There's almost no way out, and it's big. So this was where gold miners hung out until the gold played out. Then most of the population left. But these types of communities that are not ideal for large populations are being inhabited again because there's nowhere else to afford and go. Fire safety, state and other states have to do something about the housing crisis, outlaw foreign investment. That would be a nice step, although snowball's chance in Hades, so to speak. It's mostly people from other countries that are not allowed to hold dollars safety net. They buy American properties and just charge whatever rent they want because they holding the asset is what they want to do. Just having a renter is cherry on the top of the cake. We're talking like Chinese billionaires and such. If the China devalues its currency, at least their assets will go down, but they're not allowed to hold other currency. Nations like most nations have rules against holding American dollars. Making a couple of rules, exactly, because J.E. Katz says people move to where the jobs are. A good fire solution would be to make it so that work from home is a protected right for all of the applicable job description. This would do so much for the air pollution and the wear and tear on the roads too. The benefits of not having traffic jams and whatnot. If you do just as good a job at home as you do on the workplace, they have no right to fire you or put pressure on you. Sorry, nobody has the right to do that. You could do your job the way you want that works for the state, and as long as you meet your obligations, why the hell are you going to be forced to get in a traffic jam and waste significant quantities of your life just being in traffic and running up the bill for the road maintenance and putting more cars on the road and causing more traffic accidents. Cascading effect, more traffic accidents, injured people, more people on disability, more hospitals. People working from home would be absolutely amazing. So the rural communities getting high-speed internet means that you can work at Google or something, but live right up there. Live up, live at Almanor or something. These states, these counties up in the mountains struggle to. They just don't have a big enough tax base to fund firefighting. But what if you could be a rich person with deep pockets, living in the, working at the Apple or the Apple Intel or something like, and buy your mansion up here instead of the Bay Area? That would relieve rent pressure in the Bay Area. There's a really good common sense solution, most of which you can apply with a stroke of a pen. But it's got to be a package. It's got to be on board. People have to connect how all these different things interact. High-speed rail would be good, although that's true here. Apparently California just got stuff together as far as like commuting goes. I think we should have just put a Japanese company in charge because they seem to know how to do it. But the local effort to do it has bloated budget. It would actually help the situation for a while. I think railroads in general just need to be brought back so there's less pollution and fewer trucks and stuff on the road ready to jackknife and take out, cause multiple pileups. Yeah, climate benefit is enormous too with a train, like per gallon of diesel or pulling goods like 500 times more than a truck. Not trying to put truckers out of work, but I kind of am actually. Truck driving is just moving something from place to place. If those jobs actually went away, you'd actually be able to be employed in something you might want to do with your life. Something that you would like to do. There will always be some truck driving, but whenever technology replaces jobs, it opens the door for more better, pay better, and less brutal. And I know that truck driving is brutal for a fact. So, yeah, Daisy May says the air quality sucked in Paradise. That's a story of the valley, though. That is a story of the valley.
2138.
Now, they used to burn the rice field. Like, the entire valley used to be on fire when they burned the rice fields to fertilize the land with ash. They cut that off because you couldn't see from one end of the valley to the other if you went into the hills. And even today, it can be a bit difficult for that. I'm pretty glad that they don't do that anymore. But the air quality of California used to be abysmal. People tell stories about the 70s. I scarcely believe it. Mountain Kayaker says, did anybody watch the documentary on Paradise on Netflix? I did not. I haven't watched any. I met some people trying to do little documentaries when I was in Paradise. I got enraged. They just wanted to blame the victim. At the end of every interview, the team said, they asked people, do you believe in global warming now? Do you believe that CO2 needs to be capped? As if anything to do with it. Did not even mention power company. Do not taunt the victim. That is just a low-down, dirty thing to do. After they sat for an interview and relived their trauma and cried in front of the camera. It was a small independent company from British Isles. At first was real friendly to talking about what was going on. But I said, do you understand that the Diablo winds, what happened, that this was a winter fire, has nothing really to do with global warming at all? It would have happened anyway. This happened in November. Do you understand what the Santa Ana winds are, that that's not related to climate change? They've been as old as time. Spanish missionaries remarking about them and naming them. Do you even understand anything that went on and happened here? No. The main point of our documentary is that there's emissions, and the people who get their houses burned down still don't believe in global warming, and we want to change that. What the hell does that have to do with the price of tea in China? A power line went down, right? That would be as me, like if I did that kind of behavior, went to another country, and a iron mine dam collapsed and flooded out 2 communities and killed hundreds of people. Can you imagine if I went there and made a documentary and stuck a microphone in a victim's face and said, "Do you believe in flood control now? That you're against dams, but shouldn't they exist because it would have prevented your flood?" And the whole reason they did get flooded out was a dam, corporate negligence. Like, it's just, it was just absolutely totally enraging. I really hope that the other documents have actually told the true story. The 96-year-old power lines were allowed to fail because they weren't maintained and not even really inspected regularly. And they couldn't have been maintained any longer because the equipment that failed, nobody was alive who still remembered how to manufacture it, so they could never replace any of the equipment on the line. Instead of the replacing, which was what I looked up the law, and it was pretty staggering. Like every 25 to 35 years, a high-tension power line has to be replaced. So what was a 96 landscape? Big questions here. Failure on multiple levels of protection and duty and law enforcement, right? That's the story. It's not space lasers and global warming and CO2. I mean, go look at glaciers melting if you want to make a global warming documentary. That one's pretty evident. But California's wildfires are worse because of it, but not caused because of it. It's caused because of mostly corruption, human stupidity, and corporate greed. Remember, all these, even in global warming, we're in it right now. But you know how this early response that was effective just put out these fires today, just contained them, and the other last couple of days? That's because there was enough people to respond to them, to communicate effectively, do it quick. Otherwise, if today's fires were not manned or were manned late, they'd be much bigger. There wouldn't be a Pleasanton right now. There wouldn't be a Vacaville right now. That would have burned down days ago. There wouldn't be a Vallejo. Embers from across the bay probably would have burned it down too.
23 responding at 21:43.
Sorry, that was a 53-year-old male with difficulty breathing. I thought that was a firefighter. So I'm going to mute that. Those are personal calls. I don't want to, from Cal Fire SHU, Shasta. I don't want to putting on the air. So the reason the fires have gotten big the last couple of times, stupidity, keeping power lines that are rickety and falling down at the push of a feather, energized during high wind Santa Ana Diablo wind events, red flag days, failure to shut down the lines when they're surging, failure to alert agencies in time that there's a possible problem, and not enough personnel to respond to it quickly and effectively. Not enough aircraft. That's it. But even in a drought, most of these fires are taken care of. Got a mostly good system here. Need some polish and some updating, but it's pretty prestigious. It's best in the world because it's one of the most challenging in the world to fight a fire. Okay. The PBS documentary is called The Campfire. Well, did you guys find it valuable? Those of you who saw it. The bash mode says, nice name, cool. Rebuilding Paradise is a geographic film that focuses on people's struggle. So I probably should just sit down, watch these, make myself watch it, rip the Band-Aid off. But anyway, John, the words that you wrote are not allowed in the chat. We don't discuss conspiracy. That's one of the things not loud. So I'll let you go off with a warning, John. Anyway, we don't discuss chemtrails or anything of that sort. C-Pro would get a laugh out of that. Pilots like him have bumper stickers that show little cockpits. And there's a button for chemtrail. Release the aluminum. So running it. So rural living isn't really a problem. Looking back at chat, rural living is not the problem. It's the creation of death trap communities. There just needs to be common sense, like developments that are not fire safe, like a planned suburb. If there's not more than 3 exits, different direction, just have just common sense rules. If everybody got on the road at once, could that like lane of 6 streets, could they evacuate in less than 15 minutes? I mean, a lot of people don't want to put extra roads in a suburban community because what do you mean, not a conspiracy? Okay. Oh my God. Remember, facts only resource on the fire. I can't be a hypocrite here. So if you're going to design a suburb with like one way out, I mean, sure, that allows you to build more houses. We should have fire access roads, but that should be like rubber stamp disapproved. Like redesign that so that everybody can evacuate in less than 20 minutes if everybody got in their car. If each household had one vehicle leaving, and that's the way that multiple people have teenagers and multiple vehicles. When people think their neighborhood might burn down, usually the wife drives one, the husband drives one, the teenage son drives one, and maybe the girl that's 15 with her permit might be encouraged to drive one vehicle just to save them. So it would even be a little bit optimistic to say if every household left in one vehicle, could they evacuate in 15 minutes? If the answer is no, then not approved. You can't just have. We'll stop having death traps if we stop making them. Exactly, Big Dog. Metal roofs. They mostly outlawed, and that's good progress, the cedar shake roofs of most of California now. But here's the crazy thing. If you ever saw, a whole bunch of houses burned down, but then like one's okay. I mean, the firefighters may have triaged and saved it because it had a pool in the back and water. But occasionally 2 houses go up and like the others are okay. And the fire didn't even really reach those houses. And what had happened there is, you may think, well, what the heck? What the heck? It had a tile roof, stucco, whitewashed, the walls, vegetation trimmed back. It looked perfectly defensible, and it's the stupid little soffit vents underneath the roof eaves, those little round. The birds love to push their way to the nest. Inspect those and put finer mesh screens. With a staple gun and a Home Depot roll of mesh screen, you could save your house. The embers are so fine, hot embers are going up into those holes, roof eaves, and they're starting the fire in the attic inside. And when a firefighter crew goes by and sees that, oftentimes they don't want to enter a home if a wildfire goes by and get distracted with attempting to save it and attempting to pull the ceiling down to access an attic. Attics are pretty hard to access. Usually you have to chop in holes from the roof, get people on the roof, there's a chainsaw and stuff. If there's a super emergency, they'll just go save the houses next to it, the ones that are not already involved. Attics are difficult. So that awareness of it really needs to be spread, because we used to think, well, it's fire branches land on the top of the roof will act most of the time coming up low. It's really weird, but that's it. Yeah, Alan T, maybe you can comment on attic fires. They're nasty. So RJ Walters, hey, welcome. Yeah, I know Debash mode. Blocking people cleans chat of conspiracy theories. Well, that's a last resort. Even if people I don't want people to be unable to answer questions when their life depends on it, just because, I didn't like their topic. I'm not against all conspiracies. I'm not like a poo-pooer of them. I find it funny, the more ridiculous ones. But I do respect independent thought. And some conspiracies are real. Like, my favorite quote is um, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov Lenin saying, "Conspiracy? I believe in them. I formed a conspiracy and brought down the largest country in the world." Yeah, Lenin took over Russia with a conspiracy. But the outlandish ones, and most of them in general, they put pressure and worry on people already pressured and worried. The fire victims, evacuees, they don't want to hear about it. If they did want to hear about it, there's a million channels dedicated to that stuff. They just want to know the bare minimum. They don't want the topic of conversation. And those topics, they feel stressed and they leave. And those are the people I want to protect. It's for their emotional. Don't go around telling fire victims that somebody pointed a laser at them and targeted. That's not right. That's not morally. That's not the place. It's the place to support them. This is a supportive place. Okay, and I have 8 minutes to order a pizza before most pizza places shut down. I haven't eaten today. Thank you, everybody who has donated. I am still listening to the Shasta Wildfire radio. They have gone off the air mostly. Let's just do a quick cam thing, and I think I'm going to get off the air and order a pizza. And I do have to talk to some other people and check in with my friend who's death watch for grandfather and see how it's going. Wow, we flipped into Clear Lake infrared, and has it pivoted around? I was hoping infrared. I was hoping we'd see infrared as soon as it flips over to nighttime. Yeah, Urban, you're saying I try to tell people about wildfire mitigation and taking steps to protect homes, but people just are numb to the possibilities. That's the thing. That's the thing. You have to give people hope, otherwise they shut down. If you tell them that $15 at Home Depot right now, or some Ace Hardware, or some hardware store, or local mom and pop store, a staple gun will increase your fire safety of your house by 75%, less likeliness of burning down, that gives them hope. Show people the homes that have survived because they took just a couple basic steps of clearing some brush and putting gravel instead of a garden around their home, and then putting the garden a little bit away from the home. Traditional garden patches were away from. Just simply having a pond increases the likeliness of the house being saved by firefighters because a little water supply they can dip into. And you can also talk to people about the lowered rate of fire insurance for your property. Plus, talk to people about making a shelter in place plan so they don't have to really worry about evacuation. Most people right now are convinced they have to get in their car, drive like a bat out of hell with the kids screaming in the back and fire surrounding the vehicle in order to escape fire. But usually, calm head and looking at satellites and figuring out your neighbor has a pool or the culvert to the road or the bridge, or there's 2 blocks away a golf course to hang out in, or
Ready, Water 1033 is releasing the Gulf incident. I will advise them available.
Usually that is a better option. Yeah. There's a lot of options people don't realize about. So I gotta wrap this up because now I have 5 minutes to order a pizza. So, quick, somebody order Captain a pizza before it's too late. Yeah. Thanks. Well, you can hit the little super chat button and help me pay for it if you guys wanted to. Or use the PayPal link, which I totally forgot what it is again. That's it. That's a PayPal link. So, yeah, Connecticut. Hopefully the rest of the country learns from California what happened Oregon and Washington. But, you know, nature of the beast. So thank you all for being here. I am going to order a pizza. Wait a second. Are you saying there's a new fire as I'm signing off, Smitty? Please don't say that. If there's a new one, then I'll just put the show on pause here and call in that dang pizza. Are you saying there's a new one?
At scene 2155.
Woodland? No, it happened again. A new fire on sign off. No, please no. Please no. All right, that's it, guys. I'm going to be on pause. Be back in 5. I'm going to order that pizza. Be right back. Never. They didn't answer the phone. And then I was persistent. I'm gonna ring. You're not closed yet. You're not closed that yet. Somebody picked up the receiver and hung it up. Alan T says the woodland fire is on mop-up mode. Okay. Desiree says we'll have to remember she likes pizza if we ever get together. I do, and I get really healthy topping, not the junk pizza. It's usually like all white meat chicken and zucchini, tomatoes, and pineapples and mushrooms, things like that on it. I apparently can't eat pepperoni anymore. I don't know why, but I've never known why my stomach is weird. Alan T says the woodland fires mop up and canceling units. Oh, good. Just my headset. So it looks like I can actually go then, guys. All right, no more fires starting in the next 5 minutes as I sign off. Okay, so I will then go ahead and sign off. When I get a regular income, you'll eat better and think better. That's true. I need to restock the fridge, but the reason I didn't go to Costco or something is I don't want to stock the fridge before. Sorry, I had to yell at Alexa. She decided to announce something. Yeah, it better than barrier. Oh my God, guys, that's the meme that never ends. But I can't say I don't enjoy it. I will be on night shift. I'll be up throughout much of the night right now, kind of trying to be there for my friend. And if something else breaks out, or even if I want to do something for fun, maybe I'll go live again just to test the low light nature of the camera. It just depends on how things work out now. But yeah, it's time to sign off, get actual food delivered, and remind myself that I do need to eat. It's the adrenaline that I forget. I may sound perfectly calm, but throughout most of this, I'm pretty wired. It's only after it ends do I realize, whoa, yeah, that was intense. So, all right, we have anything else that we need to discuss, guys? Last question. Looks like everything's doing good. Knock on wood. All for. Yep, I do need to take care. Oh yeah, I love non-alcoholic cider.
Available 2200.
Yeah, I will look into that income source. I will look into that even tonight. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for helping with the donations. We're now going to be gold on Flight Radar 24. If we get a few more, we'll be a gold member, so to speak, on CalTopo, and have to learn how to import the flight data and fire permit CalTopo. This is kind of strange that we've had difficulty with its fire activity goes section. It's kind of non-functional. Second day, it's been like that. I don't know if it's because I haven't subscribed or some issue. I'll look into this. We might have to look at fire map resources in a time, which are really good. I want to thank everybody who was here to donate, everybody who was here to contribute, and just man your station. Awesome. Guys who show up day after day on T and mods, thank you so much. Everybody who comes in just even hits the like button to make it a trending video so more people can find us. I'm grateful. I'm very grateful for anybody who has taken the channel and texted it to others, or shared it on Facebook or media, so that people around you who you think might fire info find it. That's the number one way we are found, is by direct links. Looking at statistics. YouTube is still not really featuring the channel, and kind of deprioritized me worse than last year, because we lost about 1,000 or 2 subscribers, mostly because I'm inactive, but many just wanted fire info during the time of Caldor, and that was fine with me. But when you lose a lot of subscribers, YouTube algorithm doesn't understand that it's not people that don't like your channel, it's just a crisis was over. So you go on this downhill plummeting, not being promoted if you're not constantly uploading and getting more likes and subscribers. Put a lot of YouTubers into and Twitch streamers into a extreme pressure zone to produce content. That's not something with my frail health I will ever be able to support. I'll never be an every dayer unless it is a crisis. How I was able to pull off 95 days of streaming in a row last year is because I didn't think that that's what would happen. Every day I thought it was just about over. But now that I know that that can happen, I'm intimidated. And there's no differentiation days of yet, say, of people doing public service or who are exploiting it. I think that would be really simple. Maybe you should just have a voting system. The vast majority of people would say that public service. So, but wishes were fishes. So thank you everybody who will help retrend the channel with like subs, and do tell your friends to be here if I'm alive, breathing, and have the internet, and am awake during the crisis. This is one more day has gone by without a crisis. We're going to count our blessings. Fingers crossed. So, and everybody, if you want to do something for 4th of July, go to Chester and spend a couple bucks there. Watch the fireworks show. It's going to be insane. Really, watching fireworks is way better than shooting them off public. I commend everybody who is going to go avoid the buying fireworks that will watch safe public displays. That's being awesome. Being a good citizen. Because this year is our 3rd year of La Nina drought, and really we can't mess around. Good night. Good night, all. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for everyone coming in to participate. all your questions, discussions. I love you all. Hey, see you next time. Stay safe.